keluar ya? Kecil sekali.
Tes. Masuk. Tapi masa harus saya tekan? Harus kayak gini. Masuk. Coba ya enggak. Tadi soalnya tak giniin. Masuk. Udah jelaskan, Bu. Oh. Enggak terlalu kecil kan?
Kene gendukku gila.
Greetings everyone and welcome to the first Sinacon, STIFAR International Conference on Herbs, Foods and Pharmaceutical Science. We are honored to be your Master of Ceremonies for this momentous event. My name is Joyara Dea Sindiamanda.
And my name is Mikael Petra.
And we will be guiding you through the proceeding of this conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Hadirin yang berbahagia, saya ucapkan selamat datang di Sinacon, STIFAR International Conference on Herbs, Foods and Pharmaceutical Science. Kami merasa terhormat untuk menjadi pembawa acara pada acara yang penting ini.
Nama saya Joyara Dea Sindiamanda.
Dan nama saya Mikael Petra. Dan kami yang akan memandu seminar pada hari ini.
I would like to start off by expressing my heartfelt thanks to all of you for taking the time to join us today. Your participation is greatly appreciated and we are so glad that you could be here with us today.
Terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada seluruh peserta karena telah meluangkan waktunya untuk bergabung di acara ini.
Those are the information for today's conference. The session will begin shortly. Thank you.
Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan, sesi akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our session is about to begin. Please have your video on. Please ensure that you have a stable internet connection and are in a quiet environment to minimize background noise. Please use chat feature X to any question you may have during the seminar. Thank you.
Hadirin sekalian, mengingat acara akan segera dimulai, dimohon untuk para hadirin untuk menyalakan kamera, memastikan koneksi jaringan dalam keadaan yang stabil, dan berada pada ruangan yang kondusif. Apabila terdapat pertanyaan, silakan ketik pada kolom komentar. Terima kasih.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, hadirin sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Her Excellency, the Executive Director, Mrs. Marina, Bachelor of Psychology, Master of Psychology.
Yang terhormat Ibu Marina, Sarjana Psikologi, Master Psikologi, selaku Direktur Eksekutif.
Her Excellency, the Dean of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Farmasi, Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, Dr. Apoteker Sri Haryanti, Magister Sains.
Yang terhormat Ibu Dr. Apoteker Sri Haryanti, Magister Sains, selaku Ketua Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Farmasi, Yayasan Farmasi Semarang.
Respectable our Chairman of the Organizing of Sinacon 2023, Apoteker Unsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, Magister Sains.
Yang terhormat Ibu Apoteker Unsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, Magister Sains, selaku Ketua Pelaksana Sinacon 2023.
Our distinguished speakers.
Pembicara yang terhormat.
Profesor Yashwant Pathak, USF Health Tanaja College of Pharmacy from University of South Florida.
Associate Professor Chang, Doctor of Philosophy, Yuanpey University, Taiwan.
Associate Professor Dr. Fazlin Fauzi from University Teknologi, Malaysia.
Raymon R. Tjandrawinata, Doctor of Philosophy from Dexa Laboratories, Indonesia.
Apoteker Walid Ardiansyah, Certified Master Trainer of BNSP, Assessor Kompetensi of BNSP, National Agency of Profession Certification. And our moderators.
Dan seluruh moderator kami.
And also, we welcome all the presenters and participants of Sinacon 2023.
serta kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada seluruh presentator dan partisipan pada Sinacon 2023.
For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to raise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya, Himne Yayasan Farmasi. Please turn on your video. Thank you.
Dimohon kepada para hadirin untuk berdiri dan menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Himne Yayasan Farmasi dengan khidmat. Dimohon untuk dapat menyalakan kamera. Terima kasih.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat.
Terima kasih, dipersilakan duduk.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the committee chairman of Sinacon 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Ungsari.
Hadirin sekalian, beranjak ke agenda yang selanjutnya, yaitu sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Panitia Sinacon kepada Ibu Apoteker Ungsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, Magister Sains, dipersilahkan.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a great welcome to the first Sinacon STIFAR International Conference 2023. I am Ungsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, a lecturer in here at STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang. As the chair of the committee, I will not be able to stand here in front of all of you today if not because amazing people in the organizing committee who have been with me since the very beginning. As the organizing chairperson, it is my great privilege to stand before you today and inaugurate the significant capturing center theme of repositioning Jamu as a global export. Jamu, the traditional herbal medicine of Indonesia, holds a treasured place in our cultural heritage and has been revered for its healing properties for centuries. Today, we are here to explore the immense potential of Jamu beyond our borders and envision its transformation into globally recognized and sought-after export product. Together, we will embark on a journey of exploration, innovation, and collaboration to propel Jamu onto the international stage. I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, engage in fruitful discussion, and share your invaluable insight throughout the conference. Together, let us foster an environment of collaboration where ideas are exchanged, connections are forged, and solutions are crafted. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the esteemed speakers, the organizing committee, our sponsors, and all those who have contributed to making this conference a reality. Your dedication and support have been instrumental in creating this platform for knowledge dissemination and advancement. In closing, I'm confident that this conference will not only deepen our understanding of Jamu, but also inspire us to take bold steps in repositioning it as a global export. Together, let us seize this opportunity to transform the future of Jamu, ensuring its rightful place on the global stage while preserving its cultural significance. Thank you for being here with us. We value your presence at this conference. I wish you all get enriching and productive conference here at Sinacon 2023.
Thank you very much, Apoteker Ungsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, Magister Science, for your delightful speech.
Terima kasih Ibu Apoteker Ungsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, Magister Sains, atas sambutannya.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the Dean of Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Farmasi, Yayasan Farmasi Semarang. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Apoteker Sri Haryanti, Magister Sains.
Hadirin sekalian, melanjutkan ke agenda selanjutnya, yaitu sambutan yang disampaikan oleh Ketua Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Farmasi, Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, Kepada Ibu Dr. Apoteker Sri Haryanti, Magister Sains, dipersilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Sinacon, STIFAR International Conference on Herbs, Food and Pharmaceutical Science 2023. The prestigious international conference on topic on behalf of STIFAR College. It is my great honor to stand before you as head of STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi and extend a warm welcome to all distinguished delegates. Researchers, scholars, and guests from around the globe who have gathered here today. Sinacon is an international conference platform for intellectual discourse, collaboration, and the exchange of innovative ideas. It is a testament to our collective commitment to advancing knowledge and addressing the challenges that shape our world. The theme of this year's conference, Repositioning Jamu as a global export product, reflect our shared dedication to exploring new frontier and driving positive change in our health industry and research development. Throughout this study, we will have the privilege of engaging with a diverse range of perspective, expertise, and experience, igniting our intellectual curiosity and fostering interdisciplinary collaboration. Sinacon 2023 offer a RISE program, a keynote speech, panel discussion, interactive workshop, and presentation by esteemed researchers and industry leaders. It is a unique opportunity to expand our knowledge, gain fresh insight, and forge valuable connection with fellow participants who share our passion for advanced herbal research and innovation. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, the diligent research who have submitted their invaluable contribution. Our esteemed keynote speaker and our generous sponsor. Without their unwavering support and dedication, this conference would not have been possible. Finally, I encourage all of you to actively participate, engage in meaningful discussion, and take full advantage of opportunity presented during Sinacon 2023. Together, let us make the most of occasion to contribute toward a brighter future for our field and society as a whole. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all participants. May your time at Sinacon 2023 be intellectually stimulating, professionally enriching, and personally rewarding. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Haryanti, for your delightful speech.
Terima kasih Ibu Dr. Apoteker Sri Haryanti, Magister Sains atas sambutannya.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the Executive Director. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Marina, Bachelor of Psychology, Master of Psychology.
Hadirin sekalian, melanjutkan ke agenda selanjutnya, yaitu sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Eksekutif kepada Ibu Marina, Sarjana Psikologi, Master Psikologi. Dipersilahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. A warm welcome to the inaugural first Sinacon International Conference hosted by STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, Indonesia. It is my great pleasure to stand before you today as the Executive Director of Yayasan Farmasi Semarang. Together, we gather here to mark a significant milestone, the first international conference held at STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang. Today, we embark on a journey of knowledge exchange, collaboration, and innovation as we delve into the theme of this conference. It is an honor to witness the convergence of brilliant minds, experts, scholars, and industry leaders from across the globe who have come together to explore the frontiers of pharmaceutical sciences and their impact on society. At STIFAR, our mission has always been to nurture excellence, promote research, and develop future leaders in the field of pharmaceutical sciences. Hosting the Sinacon is a testament to our commitment to fostering a vibrant academic environment and promoting cutting-edge research in this rapidly evolving discipline. The theme of this conference, which revolves around Jamu, an Indonesian traditional herb that shaped the present and future of pharmaceutical sciences. Furthermore, this event is not only an opportunity for us to showcase the accomplishments of STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, but also a chance to celebrate the contributions of all the researchers, academics, and professionals who have dedicated their lives to advancing pharmaceutical sciences. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, participants, sponsors, and organizers who have played a crucial role in making this conference a reality. Your presence here today not only demonstrates your commitment to the field, but also your belief in the transformative power of knowledge and collaboration. In closing, let us embrace this remarkable opportunity to expand our horizons, build meaningful connections, and inspire one another. Together, we can create a future where pharmaceutical sciences make profound contributions to human health and well-being. Thank you, and I wish you all a stimulating and fruitful conference ahead.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marina, for your delightful speech.
Terima kasih Ibu Marina, Sarjana Psikologi, Master Psikologi, atas sambutannya.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is our institution's first international agenda regarding herbal resources for the current research and pharmaceutical applications. With the holding of Sinacon, It is hoped that it will be able to position itself to support the growth of international branding so that it can increase the value of herbal or herbal medicine products in Indonesia during the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Sinacon also wants to be a place where the latest research results, technological advances, and practical application in areas related to food and natural resource development for the promotion of herbal and pharmaceutical products can be discussed and shared.
Hadirin sekalian, seminar ini merupakan seminar internasional pertama dari institusi kami mengenai sumber daya herbal untuk penelitian dan aplikasi farmasi saat ini. Dengan diadakannya Sinacon 2023 ini, diharapkan mampu memposisikan diri untuk mendukung tumbuhnya branding internasional, sehingga dapat meningkatkan nilai produk jamu atau jamu di Indonesia pada masa revolusi industri 4.0. Sinacon diharapkan dapat menjadi tempat untuk melahirkan penelitian-penelitian terbaru, kemajuan teknologi, dan aplikasi praktis di bidang yang berkaitan dengan pengembangan pangan dan sumber daya alam untuk promosi produk herbal dan farmasi yang dapat didiskusikan dan dibagikan.
Today's conference will be divided into 4 sessions, which featuring 4 speakers across 4 nations. From United States of America or US, Taiwan, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and also a moderator to elaborate the topic.
Seminar hari ini akan dibagi menjadi 4 sesi yang menghadirkan 4 pembicara dari 4 negara, Amerika Serikat, Taiwan, Indonesia, dan Malaysia, sekaligus moderator untuk mengelaborasi topik pembicara.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me first to read the agenda for today. The first agenda is the opening session, and the second is keynote talks led by our moderators.
Hadirin sekalian, izinkan saya untuk membacakan agenda pada hari ini. Agenda pertama adalah sesi pembukaan, dan yang kedua adalah materi dari pembicara yang akan dipimpin oleh moderator kami.
Please be scrutinized of all the agenda. The active participants can get a reward from Wardah and marked freely.
Dimohon kepada para hadirin untuk dapat mencermati agenda pagi hari ini. Peserta yang aktif akan mendapatkan kenang-kenangan dari Wardah dan Mark secara gratis.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the main session of the day 1. Having the great speech from our invited speaker, without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator to join us now.
Hadirin sekalian, kita telah sampai pada agenda utama. Dengan ini, saya akan mengundang moderator kami untuk bergabung dengan kami sekarang.
Good morning, Apoteker Umsari Rizky Eka Purwanto, Magister Sains. So, thank you for joining us today, and I hope you are doing well. Mrs. Umsari would accompany us to assist the first speech from Professor Yashwant Pathak to share their knowledge and expertise on the topic of herbal standardization for export quality herbal medicine.
Selamat siang Ibu Umsari. Terima kasih telah bergabung dengan kami hari ini. Dan saya harap Ibu Umsari selalu dalam keadaan yang sehat. Ibu Umsari akan menemani kami untuk membantu pemateri pertama dari Prof. Yashwant Pathak untuk berbagi pengetahuan dan keahliannya mengenai standarisasi jamu untuk kualitas jamu ekspor.
Before we get started, allow me to read her short bio. So, Mrs. Umsari graduated on bachelor program in 2012 from Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Farmasi, STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, and master program Magister Science in 2016 from Gajah Mada University. By now, she is in the undergraduate department of STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, focusing in pharmaceutical formulation and technology. In her last 5 years, the topic of the research is about natural product design of liposome, microparticle, nanoparticle, and comestic. Now, I would like to turn to Mrs. Umsari Rizky Eka Purwanto. Time is yours.
Acara selanjutnya saya serahkan kepada moderator Kepada Ibu Ungsari dipersilakan menempatkan diri.
Thank you, Miss Joya and Mr. Petra. Okay, good morning all. Honorable Executive Director of Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, Ibu Marina. Honorable Head of STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang, Ibu Dr. Sri Haryanti. Our speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ungsari Rizky Eka Purwanto. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator of the topic Herbal Medicine Standardization to Export Quality Jamu. And as we know that Jamu, the traditional herbal medicine of Indonesia, has emerged as globally sought after export product and captivating health enthusiasts and holistic wellness seekers and worldwide. And today we have the privilege of hosting a renowned speaker, Professor Yashwant Pathak. And Professor Yashwant Pathak will shed light on the importance of standardization for Jamu global export. And so please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Yashwant Pathak. Good morning, Professor. How are you?
Excellent, Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Professor. And ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to read a brief introduction to our first speakers, Professor Yashwant Pathak. Professor Yashwant Pathak has over 15 years of versatile administrative experience in an institution of higher education as a dean, and over 30 years as a faculty and as a researcher in higher education after his PhD. And now holds the position of Associate Dean of Faculty Affairs and Tenured Professor of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Professor Yashwant Pathak is an internationally recognized scholar, researcher, and educator in the areas of healthcare education, nanotechnology, and nutraceuticals. Traveled over 80 countries and gave talks in many universities, offered workshops and shared sessions, and was a keynote speaker at many national and international conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, he has many major achievements, especially in 2015 until 2022. And he is also published extensively with over 50 edited volumes in the area of nanotechnology, drug delivery system, artificial neural networks, and etc. He is also actively involved in many nonprofit organizations, to mention CEAA for Indian collaborative efforts, and many more. So that's a great biography from Prof. Yashwant. So with further ado, time and place is yours, Professor Yashwant.
Terima kasih. Let me share my screen if I can. I'm just, give me 1 second because
I would like to help you to share your PowerPoint, Prof.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can
okay.
share my. Can you see my? Okay, and where do I? Give me 1 second only because I should be able to share that. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see.
Perfect.
I can see it. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, selamat pagi, and it is a great pleasure for me to be, in Indonesia, not necessarily physically, but online. And I am really honored to be with Sinacon. This is a unique conference which we are talking about, and you must have heard about the aim of the conference. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Ibu Ungsari Rizki Eka Purwanto. I hope I correctly spelled your name, who is the chairperson of the conference, and Ibu Dr. Sri Haryanti, who is the dean of the conference, dean of the college, and all the committee members. And then when I looked at the list, I was not surprised to see the name of Dr. Raymond. I have been sharing my dais with Dr. Raymond, and I always feel very honored to share the dais with Dr. Raymond. He is one of the most prominent scientists in Indonesia. He is well known around the world. He has done so many wonderful works, and his research work is phenomenal. So I am honored to be part of this conference as well as with Dr. Raymond. And then Dr. Fazlin and Fauzi from Malaysia and Dr. Chang, who are also co-speakers for this session. I really am very proud. First of all, I would like to really congratulate all of you, the committee and the chairperson and the dean, for hosting such a wonderful conference with a great theme, which is most timely theme for the Indonesian pharmaceutical and nutraceutical market. Second thing is, I'm seeing the number of audience. You have already reached close to 700 people who are participating, which is a very large participation, which reflects the interest in the minds of people about Jamu. And I am so proud to have more than 700 participants who are participating in this conference. And I am sure this conference will bring a great new future for Jamu and then the nutraceuticals, which are very important. And really sincerely thankful to all of you for allowing me to share some of my thoughts regarding the quality control and standardization of the Jamu and exports. And I think you will see my presentation and I hope you will like it. So I will start my presentation with my little bit of Indonesian language, Bahasa. Nama saya Yashwant Pathak, Barisal dari Tampa, Florida, Serikat, United States, Bekerja, University of South Florida, Tanaja College of Pharmacy. I'm a tenured professor and associate dean for pharmaceutical science, faculty affairs, and I will talk a little bit about my college later. But I always I was the luckiest person probably because I got an opportunity to visit Indonesia as a Fulbright scholar, and I spent 6 months in Surabaya, and then I traveled probably a majority of the Java and a lot of other islands. And every time, whether it is online or in person, I have never missed an opportunity to interact with the Indonesians. Probably I must have at least 40 Indonesian batik shirts, because wherever I went, people are so loving, people are so respectful and honest. So I always say that Indonesian people should become the world leaders, and they will bring the peace in the world, and that is what my sincere wish. And you are seeing, I love the president of Indonesia, and I had opportunity to visit his home in Solo, and he is one of the great persons Indonesia got, and I am sure the kind of economic development is happening. You will be one of the top 5 countries in the world very soon. And I think the Jamu can contribute a lot. That's what I want to tell you, that Jamu can put you in the top 5 people or countries in the world. And so again, terima kasih. And I will go with my presentation. So herbal medicine standardization, quality control for export of Jamu. And I just want to mention it that I have several figures taken from various web sources and to be used only for educational purposes and not for commercial purposes. I have already shared my presentation with Ibung Sari, and kindly share with all the 742 now participants. I have no problem because this is something we all need to know more and more about it. So there is nothing, no copyright, nothing else. So let us start with looking at the global scenario. The global scenario is, we are looking at the growth of chronic diseases around the world. And nutraceuticals and herbal drugs are going to play a major role in this area, especially the chronic diseases, and it is becoming a boon to the people. So when we look at chronic diseases are defined as broadly health condition that last for 1 year and more and require ongoing medical attention or limit activities of daily living or both. And chronic diseases such as heart disease, cancer, diabetes are the leading causes of death and disability in the United States. And before I go forward, I must mention this to you all because Dr. Raymond had developed a product called Inlasin, and I am a diabetic patient and I have such a great experience with Inlasin that it brought down my sugar to almost 114 in the normal range, which is a herbal product. And I give full credit to Dr. Raymond and his company Dexa Lab. And it was a great thing to interact with him at that time. So if you look at the top 10 chronic diseases, I think these are also happening in Indonesia, as well as it's a global challenge we are facing. Heart disease and stroke, probably in America, heart disease is one of the largest killer of the people, or most of the mortality, high mortality because of the heart disease and subsequently the stroke forming. Cancer is another area where people are having a lot of challenges, and believe it or not, but I am in Tampa, Florida. We have world's third best cancer research center known as Moffitt Cancer Research Center. And I am very glad to share with you that there are several clinical studies which are going on, and a lot of patents have been issued for combination of anti-cancer drugs and herbal drugs. And they are finding out that the combination of anti-cancer drugs, as soon as you provide anti-cancer drugs, most of the inflammatory diseases, cancer is one of them, you can use many of the natural herbs and natural products which are anti-inflammatory in nature, which can reduce the concentration of reactive oxygen species. And this is where Moffitt Cancer Research is doing a lot of work. And one of the popular jamu, which I always enjoy drinking when I am visiting Indonesia, is turmeric. And then another one, which is jahe. And both of these there are now US patents given for a combination of anti-cancer drugs and jahe and turmeric. And this is where I'm trying to bring in front of you that Jamu really has a great global potential. Diabetes is there, as I already mentioned about Inlasin, product of the Dexa Labs, excellent product. Arthritis, alcohol-related health issues, obesity. Again, I don't know whether you'll accept it or not, but definitely Indonesia is facing the obesity challenge. And I have seen in last 6, 7, 8 years, I'm visiting almost 2-3 times Indonesia, and I see that happening in Indonesia. So neurodegenerative chronic diseases, again, this is anti-inflammatory. Turmeric is widely used here, and there are many other antioxidants which are useful in such diseases. Smoking-related health issues is another major challenge for Indonesia as well as for United States and many other countries. Tooth decay and oral diseases is another challenge for the part of the chronic diseases, especially in the geriatric population and epilepsy. So I have a number of percentage I have given here on this caption, which shows how these diseases, chronic diseases, are affecting the health of the system. Now, what is happening is that the healthcare models which were created earlier, and especially when I look and compare the healthcare model of United States, it is seen now that the United States healthcare model is crumbling under its own weight. And I will give you an example. Just one day of the hospitalization for a simple thing costs around $35,000. And it is a huge cost, and healthcare models which America had projected, and probably a good number of people are trying to emulate, is miserably failing. And especially when it comes down to the chronic diseases, it is becoming tough and tougher for the government, because they are putting trillions of dollars as a budget for the healthcare, and it is not satisfying. There are people who cannot afford to go to the hospital. Oh boy, what happened? So can you hear me now?
Yeah, Prof.
Yes,
We
perfect.
can hear you.
So healthcare worldwide is at a critical. Yes, go ahead.
But we are sorry. I think you can present your PowerPoint file again, Prof, because we cannot see your
Oh,
presentation.
you cannot see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, let me check out what happened.
Okay.
Can you see the thing? No. Let me go back and see. I have to go, yes, and share it again probably.
Or I help you
If you
to
want to
share
do
the
that,
PowerPoint.
that will be a great thing. If it is possible, go ahead, do it. But I think I will be able to do that now.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, so healthcare worldwide is at a critical point where people need healthcare for all at a reasonable price, and they are not getting it. And this is the challenge, which is not only for United States, but it is a challenge for rest of the world also. So we need a new and reasonable healthcare model where the spending can evenly be distributed on all the population. And if there is a poor person, even though the poor person has to economically backward, that person has to have an access to the healthcare. And this is where the different models have to be created. And in such scenario, you'll find that there is a relationship between the community, healthcare organization, self-management support, and you need to come up with a model where there is a safe, efficient, patient-centered, equitable distribution and effective relationship. And you need to make sure that every person from every country should have an access to the healthcare. And this is the challenge. And especially when it comes to the chronic conditions created by medical progress, also requires sustained care and resources for many years. Because it is happening all over the world that people who suffer from cancer, in good old days, I remember when I was a student 50 years back, if somebody said that he is suffering from cancer, everybody used to say that the bell is ringing and it is time for departure and go to Maqam. But in last 15, 20 years, the nanotechnology, the nanodiagnostics, all different kinds of nanorobots have changed the picture in cancer treatment, and people are now surviving much longer. even though they are suffering from the cancer. And one of the good example I share is one of my colleague who used to be a medical doctor in Orlando. He had his pancreatic cancer some 7-8 years back, and he died within 6 months. And after 4 years, his wife, who is also doctor, suffered from pancreatic cancer, and she is still alive for last 7 years because she could go to the great cancer hospital in New York, and they treated the person, pancreatic person, with a targeted nano drug delivery, which is still under investigation, but that saved the life and extended the life of that person who is a physician. So obviously now we have a problem because we have people who are aging, who are getting old and older and older. They are very conscious about their health care. And obviously, when they have any challenges, the healthcare is so good and accessible that they live longer and longer. I will share a very interesting case. I have one of my close friend who used to be vice president of our university. Her husband is 87 years old and he is in the nursing home. It so happened that he started having a breathing trouble in 2021. And at that time, COVID was in the peak of its action. And they transferred him to the hospital. From their hospital, they went to the bigger hospital, Tampa General Hospital. And then they found out that his breathing problem was not related with COVID, but they treated him. From there, he went to the special nursing home. From special nursing home, came back to his own nursing home. And then when he tested, they found that he has COVID. Now they were trying to find out. He moved to 4 different healthcare organizations where he got his COVID. And in 15 days, they put a heart device, and now he is healthy, and I'm sure he will survive another 15 years. So a person moved through all these things and finally again back. So this is what the world is going to face in coming 10, 15, 20 years, because we have at hand a huge aging population. And as you age, whether you want it or not, you are going to be a victim of some or other chronic disease. And that is where most of the healthcare models which have been created until now are going to fail, because they are going to get long-term care. And this is where role of Jamu can definitely be there. Role of nutraceuticals and herbal care will work very well. And this trend in medical innovation, creating a new chronic condition, is likely to continue. And it is now possible that not uncommon for someone to have cancer pushed into remission at 65 and to persist well managed at 75 and acquire an Alzheimer's disease at 85. Now you can imagine in good old days at 65 they used to die. Now they will with cancer, they will live for more than 20 years and then get Alzheimer's disease, which again is not fatal disease. So it is a chronic disease and you can live with Alzheimer's for a year. And this is where all the development in healthcare and biomedical research is creating pressures on healthcare delivery and its budgets globally. So if you look at the life expectancy and healthy aging, that is also growing. In last 2-3 centuries, we are seeing that people are surviving longer and longer and longer, and the things are becoming healthier. A lot of people are adopting to yoga and meditation and all sorts of exercises, which is putting them in health life. And also everybody is looking forward to a good quality of life. And good quality of life can be easily acquired if you get accustomed to taking some of those beautiful Jamu products regularly, because that can give you immunity and that can build you a good quality of life. And this is where our role of Jamu in the global scenario will definitely come up into the picture. And what can we learn about healthy aging in the absence of heavy burden from chronic diseases? And there are population, they call it blue zones, and you will find here people in those blue zones are surviving for a longer time. And you'll find that the challenges with the people suffer when they are aging or they become senior citizens is that they start suffering from chronic health conditions, cognitive health, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, all different types of things happen. Mental health, senility, physical injuries, HIV, AIDS, and similar diseases, malnutrition, sensory impairment, oral health, substance abuse, and bladder control and constipation. Now you just look at these diseases of the senior citizens or chronic diseases, and you start thinking in your mind, what kind of jamu I can use it for this? And now you will find that there are so many good opportunities for us to market jamu for these type of specialized chronic diseases or special chronic diseases with the thing. And this is a beautiful book which is published in New York, which is known as Aging with Dignity, a blueprint for serving NYC growing senior population. Very nice. It covers a lot of things which are happening to the aging population and how the chronic diseases are there and how people should adapt to a different lifestyle. That is where Jamu is going to be playing a major role. So we have healthy aging and island. So there are many, Ogimi in Okinawa, Japan has the highest percentage of centenarians, everybody lives up to 100 years. And people are now studying certain areas called blue zone, and they're trying to find out how these people are surviving for such a long time. What is the key of their living? And they are finding out that in some country in Europe, the people live 100 years and they climb the hills and follow their sheep and goats and, all sorts of things are happening. So it is very interesting to see that this longevity provides an example of healthy aging. So now we have to move our healthcare model, providing possibilities of healthy aging to our aging population. And that will reduce the occurrence of chronic diseases or the fatality of the chronic diseases, and the amount of money you spend on chronic diseases can be reduced by using a good healthy lifestyle for the people. And if you see the Japan's high expectancy, what they do is they drink a lot of water. They have grain dishes, vegetable dishes, fish and meat dishes, fruits and milk regularly, and you can see that they have a balanced diet and balanced exercises. And this is where now the healthcare are changing the model to moving to a wellness. If you come to United States, you'll find that all the major hospitals have now a wellness center within the hospital. You come to Moffitt Cancer Research Center, which is next door to our university. They have a major wellness center, occupies a lot of area of the building where they have meditation, yoga, massage therapy, they have acupuncture, acupressure, herbal medicine treatment. Everything is combined with cancer treatment. And now there are several organizations which are developing a specialized massage for the cancer patients, a lymphatic massage for the cancer patients. So there are now specializing in such type of healthy lifestyle to be created. And here the people are coming with, you provide a regular medicine, you provide a herbal medicine with very little side effect, and you provide a healthy lifestyle for the aging population and the chronic disease. And this is how a combination of healthcare model has to be created for the society. And that's where we will be able to move and bear the cost of the healthcare society in coming years, healthcare expense in coming years. So these are some of the blue zones they have identified where people mostly live for 100+ years. And there are a statistical analysis of factors that clearly distinguish the Sardinian population from each other. They revealed occupational aspect, communities rich in shepherd being healthier than those with more farmers and fishermen, landscape, healthier environment, and dietary factors are very important. Now the Western world talks about probiotics, but probiotics have been used for centuries and millenniums by many countries. And now they are saying that, oh, we need to come up with probiotics and prebiotics and all the things. But they were adopted by the societies around the world. The West was not knowing. That is what comes to a Jamu, and that's where Jamu was keeping Indonesian population healthy, keeping Indonesian population slim, very active. And that is where we need to share our wisdom with the world. And world need to accept it, and that's why I will talk a little bit more about that there. So reducing chronic diseases is a big challenge for the public health, and we have this to be resolved. And if we cannot do that, the healthcare cost will be going up. So we have to come up with healthcare models which will provide. So they are saying that chronic diseases are expected to increase to 57% by 2020. And 60% of this burden will occur in the emerging market. And this is where Indonesia is one of the emerging markets. So we need to find out how we can change this thought process and bring something good. So there is a great opportunity for Indonesian Jamu and herbal drugs. And consuming Jamu regularly helps improve your immunity, says the experts. And this article was published in the Jakarta Post with the title Consuming Jamu Regularly Helps Improve Your Immunity, which was published on Wednesday, April 22, 2020, recently published in the journal. There is a great market for Jamu and herbal products around the world to treat the chronic diseases or as complementary medicines and building immunity and preventive measures for better healthcare to all. And a growing market is the aging population around the world. And let the global population benefit from our Jamu, because it is very beneficial to that. And I must share with you all that I had an opportunity to visit Dexa. Dr. Raymond had invited me, and I had seen that they have come up with several wonderful herbal ingredients which can be utilized for treating. So obviously Jamu potential is quite well explored and exploited by Dexa to come up with nice, beautiful product there, and I'm very proud of them. So Jamu is, whenever you look at Jamu, I have these two pictures for Jamu. And I have talked to people in Indonesia. They immediately create these pictures in their mind, because you go to a shuk market and you will find people are selling the Jamu, and there is a dog going on. I had an opportunity to visit a Jamu manufacturing facility in Madeira Island, because the Sultan of Madeira Island was Madeira, or the island which is next to Surabaya. So that one, it's so interesting that there was a big pot which was, they are making the things, and there were hens and animals going around the thing. And then I say, oh my God, do I want to drink this Jamu from this company? And when I saw the dog sitting there comfortably, I said, oh my God, I need a lot of immunity. So this is the image. We need to change this image. And this is where it is the image building phenomenon. We need to definitely build up the image for this. So the word Jamu in Javanese is a Javanese word. It's with Javanese origin. It is a combination. It is like a nutraceutical, to be honest. Nutraceutical was coined by the West. Dr. DeFelice was the MD doctor. He coined this word somewhere in 1984. He combined the nutrition and pharmaceuticals, removed you picked up nutri from there and ceuticals from pharmaceuticals, and created a term called nutraceutical. Now they claim that this is a great thing, but that was done by Javanese people long back. They picked up Java's JA, and then there is a Javanese word which is called Nagramu or Gramu. So they picked up the last two words and made a Jamu out of that. Very innovative idea. And it expresses very clearly the wonderful Javanese language, which has such a beautiful concept there. So thus can be translated the concoction made by the Javanese, or the concoction originated from Java. But then you have Jamu all over the all the islands, Balinese have their different jamu. I went to Kalimantan and they had their different jamu. I went to Sulawesi and they said, hey, we have a different jamu. So it is very interesting that it is a very good concept which has been adopted on a local level by the local people for the health of local people. And it is a very interesting model which can be easily shared with the people around the world. It is a predominantly herbal medicine made from natural materials such as roots, bark, flowers, seeds, leaves, fruits, and materials acquired from animals such as honey, royal jelly, milk, native chicken, eggs are often used as well. So in 2019, I was looking at some information. Jamu was officially recognized as one of the Indonesian intangible cultural heritage by the Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture. So now the government is also understanding the potential of Jamu. The governments go after the thing where they see it's like a tiger. Tiger goes after if there is a blood, tiger jumps on it. Like that, the governments will jump on the issues where they see the money, where they see the budget, where they see the economic development. And that is where now it is time for all of us to work on this, get the government, get the people, get all the pharmacists together and make sure we change the scenario for the Jamu. And this is what we should do in coming year. So now you will see that I have shown you the other two pictures from the market and the old ones. But now these are new Jamu pictures. And you see what a beautiful product has been developed. And Jamu lifestyle is becoming there was a book I saw which is known as Jamu lifestyle. And here is the Jamu. This Jamu that I always enjoyed in all the hotels where I stayed, the turmeric one. So Jamu is believed to have originated almost 1300 years back in the Mataram kingdom, and the stone mortar pestle was found there. So you can imagine that 1300 years before where the West was. And they didn't know even all these things, So we had such a great history and great, backgrounds here. And these pestle mortars were, stone mortar pestle were discovered in Linyangan in the central Java. And though it is influenced by the Ayurveda from India, because there has been a constant interaction between Indonesia and India for at least 3,000 years. It's a vast archipelago with numerous indigenous plants. Indonesia is one of the best biodiversity area. And you have thousands of plants which we need to protect, analyze, find it out, and it will really do a great service to the world. And Jamu may vary from region to region, and the recipe is often not written down, especially in remote areas of the country. So obviously, as a pharmacist, I think all the pharmacists in Indonesia should sit together, come together. We have here now 832 pharmacy students. Let us come up with a pharmacopoeia for Jamu preparation. Let us have a book, official compendium for the Jamu preparation, and then I'm going to talk more about it. But pharmacists have to do that. Pharmacists from the pharmacy colleges all over Indonesia should sit together, find out that how we will be able to build up this compendium, build up this pharmacopoeia for Jamu, and covering all the Jamu preparations from all different islands, and bring it together to find out what are the common things there, what are the common ingredients there, and then come up with something which is like pharmacopoeia, US pharmacopoeia, British pharmacopoeia, Indian pharmacopoeia. Let us come up with the Jamu pharmacopoeia of Indonesia. And this is what is needed. I think I might be wrong. But as a pharmacist, I think that will be really helpful to build up the Jamu as a global product. So there is a confusion which exists in nutraceuticals. And that's where I want to point it out, that when we will be building up some concept for developing Jamu as a global product, we need to try to understand where it is going to fit in. In the American market, if you come here, you will find that they call them nutraceutical, they call them herbal product, they call them functional foods, they call them dietary supplement, they call them health product, they are nutritional supplements, healthy foods and products, and there are no regulatory guidelines for the specific terminology to be used. And now we have to ask ourselves, where do I fit my Jamu into one of these? Is it a dietary supplement? Is it a nutraceutical? Is it a herbal product? How I am going to sell Jamu in the global market under one of these different terminologies? And this is where this confusion need to be sorted it out, and pharmacopoeia will definitely be helping us to understand what is that. So some of the challenges with the Jamu and herbal medicine is high dose level with multiple active ingredients. Characterization and solubility problems are there. And another challenge is formulation challenges. I will share one small thing. When I was in Yogyakarta, I went to the mountain which is next to that, which had a I'm forgetting the name. I'm getting old.
Merapi Mountain.
Merapi Mountain, correct, Merapi Mountain. And they had the volcano there, so I had an opportunity to go up to the, half of the mountain. But when I was driving down with one of the faculty of Sanatana University, Sanata Dharma, so we stopped at a shop, and it was selling all the Jamu, and it was selling a lot of herbal products. So I asked him, I am diabetic, what do you want to give me? And he gave me a big box of herbal medicine, combination of various herbs. I said, so he said, this is one time you have to use it. I said, one time, how can I carry 6 months stuff? My plane will be full of that one time thing, the boxes. So I was, that was a challenge, because high dose level and multiple active ingredient is a challenge. We need to find out the solution for that. As a pharmacist, that's our job. Second challenge is characterization and solubility problems and formulation challenges, because the people who sell the Jamu in the market, there is no characterization for them. There is no parameters which tells that this is a good Jamu or this is a bad Jamu. It is simply that for years together it is coming, so obviously it has to be safe, because thousands of people are drinking that safe. And I agree with that. Whether there is a need for clinical studies for Jamu or not, I always question that. And I have given this such talks in Indonesia, many places, and I asked them a very simple question. Do you eat rice? And everybody said, yes, rice is our staple food. I eat rice. I said, then do you eat salt? They said, yes, salt, we love it. What about the sweet sugar? They said, oh, every get together of faculty, they have a, you have to sign that document, and then you pick up a box of sweets. And that happens in every university where I went. And then I asked them simple question. You eat salt, you eat sugar, you eat rice. Have you ever thought that, is there a clinical study proven to say that rice is safer for human beings, or salt is safer for human beings, or sugar is safer for it? No clinical studies. We eat it day in, day out. In the same way, Jamu has been used by the Indonesian day in, day out. And we need to definitely stand up and say our Jamu is safe for human beings. What we want is to find out how it will be standardized, how it will be useful, and how it will be safer to the patient, to the users. And this is the key of making Jamu as a global product. So obviously there is a need for standardization of the Jamu and herbal products. Again, the pharmacopoeia will help us. There is a need for consistency, reproducibility, lack of analytical instrumentation for Jamu and herbal products. And I'm not saying that we should use HPLC for Jamu analysis, because HPLC has its own limitation. I remember when I did my PhD thesis in 1970s or early 80s, the best thing at that time was available for me in India was colorimeter. If today I submit my thesis, they will throw it in the garbage. But in those days it was there. Today, and now colorimeter had its limitations. Then came spectrophotometer, then came HPLC, and a lot of new technologies are coming. But even today, there is not an instrument where you inject your Jamu and you will get the analysis of all the ingredients, because there is a lacuna with the present analytical techniques. But I am seeing the pharmacy profession for 50 years. I think in another 10, 15 years, the analytical techniques will be very strong to analyze the Jamu products and give you exact analysis of Jamu products with individual ingredients. And that will happen, and that will really help us in due course of time. Lack of analytical information can be resolved over the period of time. Clinical efficiency, I already told you that there is no need for it because we have been using them. Manufacturing on large scale as a source of medicine is now happening. They have seen some of the good Jamu manufacturing companies manufacturing under GMP, good manufacturing practices, and people will not even blink their eyes to drink that product, but it is coming under good manufacturing practices. It is very good, safer product, secure. So that is where the name and that is where the quality has to be recognized and obtained. So now there is another thing which I enjoyed when I was talking to people who are using Jamu, and there was a lot of disagreement between the practitioners. And there is a need for standardization in agreements also between the practitioners of Jamu. And that's why I said that the pharmacopoeia will gradually build up that agreement between the Jamu experts. That pharmacopoeia will bring up the agreement between the Jamu practitioners, and that might help us. And then patient compliance, regulatory compliances, and competition with multinational are some of the challenges which herbal drugs and Jamu will face, or nutraceuticals will face. And now it is happening that if you come to United States, almost every grocery store has one full aisle of herbal drugs, one full aisle of nutraceutical, one full aisle of all different types of flavors. They are using flavors for treating certain chronic diseases. And it is very interesting to see that even the Western world is now accepting that there are alternatives. There are possibilities that chronic diseases can be easily cured by certain things which are much cheaper than going for the healthcare models which are existing today. So standardization of herbal medicines is the process of prescribing a set of standard or inherent characteristics, constant parameters, definitive, qualitative, and quantitative values that carry an assurance of quality, efficacy, safety, and reproducibility. Now, these are the parameters, these are the concepts which we need to start adopting as a pharmacist. If suppose you take 100 products from 100 different places and try to just find out the viscosity of turmeric Jamu or Jahe Jamu, you will find there will be diversity. Now, once you say that, okay, now we want our viscosity between 10 centipoise to 15 centipoise. Now you are trying to put a standardization into Jamu products. And this is where we will have to come up with some solution for that. And it will be physical parameters, which is ash value, extract, extractive values, all this moisture content. These are all some of the characterizations which we do for all pharmaceutical products, can be adapted to some extent, which are possibly adaptable. We can do that. So there is a biological parameter, there are chemical parameters, TLC, HPLC, HPTLC, ICLCMS, DNA fingerprinting. Now some of these things are becoming more cheaper and cheaper, and definitely it will help us in characterizing Jamu. And finally, your morphological and organoleptical parameters, which is like pharmacognosy, that we study in pharmacognosy, but we never adopted the pharmacognosy principles to the Jamu preparations. And that is where we need to make sure there is an interaction between the pharmacist, there is an interaction between the medical professionals, there is an interaction between the Jamu practitioners, and come up with something which is of global standard. And that's what we would like to work it out and see how it can be done. And I really congratulate Sinacon, all the organizing committee, to put this as a theme of the conference is a very important step towards what we would like to achieve. And I congratulate you all, especially Dr. Umsari and Dean Sri Haryanti for holding or organizing this conference with this particular theme.
Okay.
So there are various...
Prof, excuse me, maybe the type of your presentation is 5 minutes again.
Oh, that's
And we
good.
continue
But I have
to,
some question answers, correct? Time for question answers?
yeah.
Okay, I will finish as soon as
Okay.
possible. So we have various approaches for standardization of herbal products. We need to find out what will fit our Jamu preparation. We need to find out what will be good for it and what will be reproducible, and it will give us good reproducible and safe product to the people. And then can we adopt some of all these, some or all of these characterization and standardization technique to make Jamu herbal as a global product? And this is where the pharmacists who are in Indonesia must take up this challenge and bring up the Jamu standardization, Jamu characterization, Jamu product at a level where everybody, even the Indonesians and out of the Indonesian people, will feel comfortable taking it as just like any tablet manufactured by Pfizer or any nutraceutical manufactured by good company. This is where we should do. So these are some of the parameters we discussed, but macro or microscopic examination, foreign organic matter, ash values, moisture content, extractive values, crude fibers. These are some of the things which we need to try to find out how we can characterize this product. Qualitative chemical evaluation, chromatographic examination, quantitative chemical evaluation, and toxicity studies. To some extent, we need to prove that for the global market. There is a very success story. We have seen it and we have heard about it. The lady, Dr. Yu Tu, who got Nobel Prize for artemisinin, and that was the Chinese herb. And she put all this together. Finally, she said, Chinese medicine will help us conquer life-threatening diseases worldwide. And people across the globe will enjoy its benefit for the health promotion. This is what we can say for Jamu also. This is a typical picture caption I'm showing, which the traditional folk use and the modern scientific use is. Kindly share this with all the participants, and I'll be happy they can love to see how these modern techniques are now adopted for herbal products. So there is a word of caution which I want to do, that will it be possible to characterize and standardize the Jamu and herbal drugs and nutraceuticals with modern parameters used for pharmaceutical products? I am doubtful. We need to find out our own parameters. We need to create our own rules of our own game for that. And based on the nature of herbal product, thing may be different. We'll have to find out the solution for that. Do we really need clinical studies? I already discussed that there is no need. But what is the economic challenge the Jamu and herbal industry face? And can the government, Indonesian government, put some investment in Jamu industries to build it as a global product? And this is where this conference should make a resolution and send it to President Joko Jokowi that we would like to have government support for Jamu development and Jamu standardization. That will help the universities also to get the funding for research in Jamu. I want to put only 2 slides. This is very interesting. You know, most of the Western medicines are solo preparations. Jamu is a concert performance. So concert performance is always safer performance than the solo, because if something goes wrong in the tune, the whole solo becomes bad. And that is where Jamu is going to be a great concert performance approach. And another thing which I always say that, you know, in India and in many countries, they play cricket. We in America play baseball. Or you have a soccer, here is an American football. They all have some parameter. They have a cricket bat, ball, thing. But you cannot adopt the rules of cricket to baseball, or rules of baseball to cricket, or rules of American football to soccer ball. So obviously it is time for the pharmacists in Indonesia to build up their own rules of the game for the Jamu and make sure it is at par with the global standardization. So I want to conclude my quotation. Robin Williams is my favorite actor from the Hollywood. And he said that I stand upon my desk to remind myself that we must constantly look at the things in different ways. So Jamu has to be looked at from a little bit different way to make sure that we get it into the global market. So this is my college. You know, I have already shared in many places. I have published 350 research papers or 50 books, and our college has nanotechnology and everything, all major things are there. So these are some of the beautiful things. These are some of my books in the drug delivery systems, nanotechnology, the drug delivery, and I also work in the area of nutraceuticals. And I think terima kasih ara pertanian. I hope I finished exactly your expectations.
Thank you so much, Professor Yashwant Pathak. That's impressive, Professor. And let's dive right into our discussion. Professor, this is there's one question from the participants from Ibu Eka Susanti. Professor Yashwant, the material that has been delivered is very interesting, and the permission to ask, what is the professor's opinion regarding the rules for using herbal medicine or using jamu? Is it safe to use it continuously? Maybe because we know that kidney function continues to decline due to aging, and then in jamu have many active compounds. So what's your opinion, Professor? Is it safe?
Let me tell you a very honest opinion. If you look at the Western medicine, the success rate is anywhere between 70 to 90% or, So, but the Western world was very successful in talking about the success rate. Even if it is 30% success rate, they will be propagating more on that success rate. When it comes to the jamu or nutraceuticals or herbal products or alternative products for the Western medicine, suddenly the people jump on talking about what is the failure of the rate. So in Western medicine, 70% failure, 30% success, but still it is accepted as a mainstream medicine. In jamu, 30% failure, 70% success, but we talk so much about the failure that 70% success is ignored. And this is where the clinical studies, we need to find out. There are several American products or Western products which were launched by FDA in United States, and within 1 year they withdrew because of the side effect, because of the toxic effect of those products, which had undergone all sorts of clinical studies, everything was done. And this is where we need to stand up and say that not necessarily and now with the pharmacogenomics, development of pharmacogenomics, it is now clearly showing that not every tablet will be useful to every person. They are now finding out that a African person takes one medicine, a white person takes other medicine, same medicine, a Chinese person takes the same medicine, an Indian person takes the same medicine. The pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics are different in all these races. And now FDA, US FDA is insisting on including all different races in clinical studies, because they are now realizing that there is a challenge. Because in good old days, all the white people used to be part of the clinical study. And white American is 6 feet tall, and his average weight is around 100 kgs. And now you are giving the same medicine to an Asian person who is 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighs around 110 pounds. How that will match? And this is where the things are coming. And I think in coming 10 years with the pharmacogenomics development, we will be able to answer many of these questions scientifically based on pharmacogenomics knowledge. And I think we should not be worried about, safety is important, and that is why I suggested that we should have safe production. We should make sure that the dog doesn't walk around the production. And that's where we need to make sure that our products are good. But if you calculate the percentage of failures and percentage of success, if it is 99% success, don't discuss about 1% failure, but take care of that failure. Find out toxicology, why it is happening, and what was the reason of that person particularly suffered from continuous use of jamu, and identify the reason, and then say on your label, kindly these people who have this type of allergies should not use jamu. And this will be a scientific way to address these challenges. Am I answered the question correctly, or any sub-question is there?
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the answer. Maybe one question more, Professor, is about the how we can ensure the sustainability of the like the herbal in Indonesia. So the herbal will be can standardize as a global market. How we can ensure the sustainability, or we just look for this is turmeric there can grow in the large area in Indonesia, or maybe we just focus on the what's the really active compound that really have the great potential of the Jamu.
Let me tell you, all over the world, there used to be people call them as indigenous people, but they were part of that country. You know, you are an indigenous person of Indonesia, correct? You didn't come out of from any, you are Indonesian indigenous person. So there is not, you are Indonesian and you are indigenous. In America, we have people who are known as Native Americans. In early days, they were calling them Red Indians because Columbus thought that these brown people are Indian, because Columbus was in search of India for the spices, which are all part of the herbal medicine. All the spices which are there in Indonesia or India are herbal medicine. So he was in search of them even. But these Native Americans had a beautiful saying. They said that before you cut one tree, you plant 10 trees, because you are not inheriting the earth from your parents, but you are borrowing the mother earth from your next generation. So it is the responsibility of every individual that if the companies are using herbal products in Indonesia, they must make sure that there are acreage of land which is used for reproduction of those herbal products. If that is not done, then in due course of time, we will, if we exploit the nature randomly, we will run out of our biodiversity. And many species have died all over the world, and it is a major challenge, environmental challenge also. So we have to follow the indigenous people's principles. Before you cut one plant, put at least 10 plants there so that the next generation will have access to the herbal plant. And only this is the solution. I don't think there is any other solution, because people are trying to use tissue culture and all different types of things, but they are finding that if you use a naturally grown herb, it has much better potential and much better efficacy than the tissue culture thing. And there is a lot of research going on. It will take time to understand whether a tissue culture product can be utilized, and then, but saving the biodiversity should become a motto for every country, and saving the biodiversity should become a mission for every individual. Then only we'll be able to take these herbs to the next generation. I see a question here.
Yeah, from
Oh, that's you?
No, this is the one of participant of our conference. This is Rifka,
Okay.
one of the students in STIFAR, Professor.
Yeah.
So I will read for you. In Indonesia, many
I'll
people use.
I can read that.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes. So in Indonesia, many people use rhizomes as a second therapy. For example, the cinnamon was an alternative for diabetes mellitus, and many people trust herbal medicine and traditional medicine rather than drug prescribed by the doctors. And it is absolutely correct. Don't worry about it. You can follow what your heart says. Same thing is being done here. In our college, we have started telling our students that your patient, if he is taking 7 or 8 modern medicines, you ask them what type of nutraceutical they are taking, because they are also taking nutraceuticals and herbal drugs. Whether they are recorded in his or her data or not, but they go to herbal medicine shops, nutritional shops, and buy these things. So obviously, it is a global phenomenon that people are trying to find out alternatives to treat their chronic diseases. They are trying to find out, if I do not have side effects with using jahe, why not use jahe in your tea? There are so many different kinds of teas available. If you go to any of the shops in Indonesia, you have at least 10-15 different types of herbal teas. So obviously, this is a normal phenomenon, this is a global phenomenon, and people are using herbal drugs, rhizomes, all different types of products to treat their chronic diseases. And it is complementary. It is not that they are solely depending on the herbal medicine, but it is complementary. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for the answer. So, because we still have enormous question or topic, but I'm sorry, due to limited time, we need to end our discussion session. Maybe some selected remaining question will still be addressed by speakers and committee via email, Professor.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
yeah.
Right in the first slide, I have my email and I have my WhatsApp number.
Okay.
And you will not believe, but I have more than 100 WhatsApp members, my friends from Indonesia.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting for a WhatsApp message from President Joko Jokowi, because I heard he's also on WhatsApp. I'm just joking. But terima kasih, thank you very much for giving me this
Professor,
opportunity.
once again, do you still remember Miss Epta Narasukma here? Well, when you arrived in Indonesia, in STIFAR Semarang, who give search for your transport to the Bandara Yogyakarta at the Yogyakarta Airport. She wants to say hi for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate. In Indonesia, when you go, you have to take a picture with all the 832 people. So I cannot do that, but I'm so happy to interact with you all. I hope my 2 cents worth information might be useful to you all. But the Jamu is in your hands to make it or break it, and let us make it for sure. Sampai jumpa. Give my regards to Dr. Raymond and all other speakers and everyone. Sampai jumpa. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Professor Pathak, for sharing your expertise and insight on herbal medicine standardization for exporting quality of Jamu. We truly appreciate your time and valuable contribution to this conference. And we know that in US it's a very late night, Professor.
Yeah, 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I always enjoy talking to you all.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor as the moderator to present our esteemed speaker, Professor Yashwant Pathak. And maybe there is a well-deserved certificate from us. Professor, could you share your PowerPoint presentation?
Oh, I can do that. I don't know where it is. Is it gone? Is the PowerPoint presentation gone?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate. Terima kasih. And send it by online, because this is the online conference.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Thank you. Is Dr. Raymond going to talk now? I will listen to him.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Raymond will be next speaker.
Hello,
Yeah.
Dr. Yashwant Pathak, how are you?
Hey, how are you, sir?
Hope you're
I need
well.
to see you. Can we remove the certificate and let me say hello to Dr. Raymond online?
Okay.
I'm here. Hope you're well.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Hope you're well.
How are you, sir? So nice to see you. Are you?
Absolutely. Likewise.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
I will drop my video and I will listen to you.
Sure. Yeah, I enjoy your talk too. I really
Thank you very
enjoy
much.
it. As
Yeah.
always, huh? As always. You're the
I know we have been sharing in many places now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you, Professor Yashwant Pathak. So see you all later and thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Petra and Miss Joya Radia.
So thank you for a good talk, Professor Yashwant Pathak and Mrs. Ungsari, for bringing us to a very productive discussion. I personally believe that we had a very interesting discussion in this session. So before continue to next speaker, we would like to thanks to our sponsorship.
Sebelum melanjutkan ke pemateri berikutnya, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada sponsor kami.
Sponsored by ITS, PT ITS Science Indonesia.
ITS Science Indonesia is one of business division under ITS Group with headquarters located in Singapore. ITS Science Indonesia offers various analytical instruments for laboratory, medical instruments, and laboratory furniture. For more than 40 years, ITS is moving forward with a vision to make an impact in the industry they serve and a mission to serve better. ITS has core values to put professionalism, partnerships, and performance forward. ITS Group is providing its services around Southeast Asia countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia. In Indonesia.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our next piece agenda. So, Raymon R. Tjandrawinata, Doctor of Philosophy from Dexa Laboratories, Indonesia, will be the topic in Challenges and Future Directions of Herbal Medicine Research.
Melanjutkan pada pembicara berikutnya, yaitu Raymon R. Tjandrawinata, Doctor of Philosophy dari Dexa Laboratories Indonesia, mengenai tantangan dan arah riset jamu ke depan.
All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Endang Udiwulansari, Bachelor of Psychology, Master of Psychology.
Presentasi akan didiskusikan dan dimoderatori oleh moderator kami, Ibu Endang.
Allow me to read her short bio. Dr. Apotheker Endang Dwi Wulansari, Magister Science, was starting the education journey at 1999 in Surabaya University until 2001 and get a title Bachelor of Pharmacy and Pharmacist profession. Furthermore, Mrs. Endang continuing her education journey at 2003 until 2090 to get a pharmacist profession and doctor for pharmaceutical science at Surabaya University. Dr. Apotheker Endang Dwi Wulansari, Magister Science, was starting a job become a pharmacist at Mugiwaras Pharmacy at 2005 until 2012. Mrs. Endang had also been a head of Bachelor of Pharmacy study program at 2009 until 2012. And beside that, Mrs. Endang have been a lecturer at STIFAR Yayasan Farmasi Semarang since 2003 until now. So without further ado, now I would like to turn to Mrs. Wulansari. Time is yours.
Acara selanjutnya saya serahkan kepada moderator kami, Ibu Endang. Kami persilahkan untuk menempatkan.
Okay, check. Thank you for the introductions. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second sessions of this conference. I am Dewi, your moderator for these sessions. We have now the speaker of these sessions, a molecular pharmacologist with 27 years pharmaceutical industry experience, Dr. Raymon R. Tjandrawinata. Good morning, Dr. Raymond.
Morning, Dr.
Good
Enda.
morning. Okay, thank you very much for your willingness to attend our first Sinacon. The speaker will deliver the presentation within 45 minutes and will be followed by discussions. And during the discussions, audience can ask questions with the raise hand sign or write the questions in the chat column. Please allow me to read the brief introductions of our distinguished speaker, Dr. Raymon Tjandrawinata. Dr. Raymond completed his Master of Business Administration from the Agino School of Business, Golden Gate University, San Francisco, California in 1998, and he received his Doctors of Philosophy in Biochemistry from the University of California, Riverside, and continued to have his postdoctoral UCSF fellowship. Is it correct, Dr. Reynolds? I don't know what the meaning of UCSF. Maybe you can explain it later. In molecular pharmacology in the University of California, San Francisco in 1996. Dr. Raymond had been medical manager in SmithKline Beecham or GlaxoSmithKline, San Francisco from 1996 to 200, and from 2003 to 2005, he was a manager of medical and training Dexa Medica, Jakarta, Indonesia. Since 2006, Dr. Raymond has been the director of Business and Scientific Development, Dexa Group, Tangerang, Indonesia, and be the executive director of Dexa Laboratories of Biomolecular Sciences, DLBS, Cikarang, Indonesia. Dr. Raymond has received many awards since 1990. Among of them are Habibi Award in Medicine in 2016, Orbit Nelson Marquez Lifetime Achievement Award in 2019, and most recently Indonesia's #1 ranking in the World Top 100 Medical and Health Scientists 2022 category by the AD Scientific Index. Oh, Dr. Raymond, your curriculum vitae is really outstanding. I'm sure the audience can wait to hear your presentation, Doctor. Therefore, please, Dr. Raymond, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Endang, for a nice introduction.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning also to the organizing committee. Thank you, Ibu Dian, also for inviting me. So allow me to share my screen. So today, as we have talked about and Professor Yashwant Pathak earlier talked about the natural process topic of discussion today. So, but the title and the topic that I would be presenting would be the development and also prospect of OMI in the future. OMI means Obat Modern Asli Indonesia. Yeah, so it's that means the Indonesian genuine modern drugs. Basically, what we talk about modern drugs, that's not only the herbal products, herbal drugs, but it could be biologicals. It could be coming from something like bacterial. It could be coming from marine and things like that. So, but Indonesia as a nation, we have to have a modern drug from our own backyard, from our own biodiversity. So, as an example, I will speak about our experience, the herbal as well as the protein, which is isolated from some of the different things as in terms of the its development. Okay. So allow me to go over from the macro experience. I always talk from the macro because Indonesia here now economically under the current President Jokowi and also his minister is going very well. We grow about 5.7, 5.6% economically, and hopefully we will be a modern nation within the next few years. Yeah? If the continuing growth of the economic growth is happening, then that will allow us to become a nation of a modern state. Yeah? Now, in order to do that, we have to have a good population which are very productive. Now, India is now #1 in terms of the population. We have gone down from #4 to #5, I believe. But in the future, there is a talk already that Indonesia will become #7 because of the growth deceleration in Indonesia in terms of the population. Yeah. So I talk about this in one of my publications, Warta Ekonomi here. Prospek dunia masa depan, the world prospect, but in which I also delve of Indonesia. And the reason it's very important for us not to think about the social implications. If we want to develop some kind of product, some kind of drugs, what is the potential market all over the world even? Yeah? Not only looking to Indonesia, Southeast Asia, but also the world. So in my job, I have to not only look into for the new product, new drugs, but also the prospect of the market as I work for a pharmaceutical company. Yeah. Here's very important for you to understand, especially if you're a student in pharmaceutical, in pharmacy, that Indonesia is getting older. That means as we were a young nation in the 70s, the shape of the graph would be something like a pyramid. Yeah. But we as an older nation, then we have more of the older population here that we'll have to take care. And all of this will take off the many of the utilization of the drugs and also medical procedure in the future, because many of people who are 50 and above will have chronic diseases. We're not talking about only diabetes. We're not talking about hypercholesterolemia, cardiovascular, but now we're going into the neurological diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson, and so on. So when we develop drugs, we have to think also the demography of the population, in which we're not only using the current state of data, but what are the future market for our drugs that can be taken off by our population, by the patients. Yeah. So that's something that we always take into account, and we always look into therapeutic area which is having growth in the future, so that when we develop a drug, or we develop even not drug as like a supplement, the market is ready to take those particular drug or supplements. Yeah. Now, the current minister, Pak Budi Gunadi Sadikin, has implicated that we need a lot of transformation in terms of the health system. And the most important thing is not only the development of the prevention category also, but it's the sector for the pharmaceutical and also the medical device sector. We need to make sure that the current production within the country itself is sufficient. And I will talk about this later, because in our experience during the COVID time, the COVID pandemic, we almost get no drugs inside the country, in which the regulator are very, very struggling in terms of getting even the API coming into the country during the COVID time, because producer nations, they don't want to export, or even if they want to export, there's no transportation from the originating country to Indonesia at that time. So the government has already implicated that we need to develop our own industry in terms of the medical as well as the health industry within the country itself. So that's why the word TKDN, ya, tingkat ke dalam negeri, ya, tingkat dalam TKDN, tingkat essentially is the use of raw materials, the excipient, whatever you need to make a product, yeah, not only for pharmaceutical but also in the industry, has to be sufficient, self-sufficient within the country itself. Hence, the government now is restricting importation of products from other countries. If any of the industry can develop and manufacture locally, that particular product will not be able to be imported from other countries, because it has to be manufactured locally. That is something that we need to take care of. That's why if you are, like, for example, in the School of Pharmacy, you will have a lot of jobs in the future in the QA, QC, production because the industry is growing in this area. Not only in the pharmaceutical industry, but also in the other health industry. Now we're becoming the digitalized, even the system, hospital system needs a lot of pharmacists and any other thing. So in the health sector itself, we need a lot of capable and competent health human resources in this area. Yeah. Now, because of many things with the development of the pharmacopoeia, for example, USP, US pharmacopoeia, European pharmacopoeia, even in Indonesia, now the government has implemented Pharmacopoeia 6 or Pharmacopoeia 6, the Republic of Indonesia, which is developed by the Ministry of Health. Yeah. So in the pharmaceutical sector, we need to teach to our students. Pharmacopoeia 6 is becoming the standard for the pharmaceutical development in Indonesia, in addition to USP as well as any other pharmacopoeia like European pharmacopoeia or British pharmacopoeia and so on. Yeah. So, but many things in our experience, for example, recently with the EG and DEG, ethylene glycol, the diethylene glycol contamination in some of the syrup, the government, even both Kementerian Kesehatan and also BPOM, our FDA, has implemented a regulation in which a more stringent regulation in terms of making up products. We're not talking about the syrup, but also talking about the oral solid dosage form, even for injectable, even for semi-solid, in terms of the purity, impurity, stability. They develop more stringent regulation quality system. So that's why we have to make sure that all the graduates of the pharma methodology, to make sure that we are actually if they work for industry or even if they work for academia, they understand that the stringent regulation from the government in terms of the stability, and most important is impurities, because so many impurities. Yeah, EG is coming from the excipient, but also we're talking about the API itself. For example, nitrosamine in the past that has been contaminating the metformin, contaminating the ranitidine, irbesartan, candesartan, and so on. But in the future, we will guarantee that we will have more impurities put into place and put into attention by the regulator all over the world, including our own BPOM. So we need to make sure that the quality system, quality risk management, quality system has to be in place in any pharmaceutical industry. And any pharmaceutical or pharmacy graduate must understand, especially if they go into QA, quality assurance or quality system or quality control, their knowledge on the quality risk management or QBT even implemented during the development of product of a drug. It has to be taught and also really appreciated by the students. So when they go to the industry, they're readily working on those areas. Yeah. Now, this is the one that I'm talking about, the rise of cases of kidney injuries becoming one of the things in which government has put a lot of attention on the quality system, and especially the impurities in terms of, in this case, for excipient, because again, as we recall, even last year, December last year, many died, actually about 200 above. Kids were terrible dead because of the acute kidney injuries and because of the several industry which has not implemented the quality system into their production. Yeah. So now the industry get punished, the regulator get punished, and the babies also, and the families get punished because they died, which is very terrible. And this is not happening only this year, it's happening over and over and over again. So that's why in the future, when this happens, the government want to make sure that but that's why they just executed a regulation in terms of the quality system. Yeah. So these are some examples. Analytical methodology has to be done. GCMS, LCMS, yeah, GC-TOF, and HPLC is becoming very, very. That's almost. It's still HPLC is something that's very useful, but it's an old method for some impurities. You have to know, you have to understand LCMS, even LCMS-MS, and sometimes GCMS, yeah, and so on. Yeah. So the more modern analytical methodologies to make sure. Yeah. So I've talked about during the Corona time, during Corona pandemic, we have a lot of suffering in terms of the importation of products, not only the finished product, but also dye. Traditionally, we've been using materials, APN and SE API coming from India, as well as in China. But at the time, again, they themselves need all those APIs and excipient. Their government does not allow them to, does not allow the industry to export to others. They were suffering at the time because many industries cannot supply even for like hypertension product, things like that. So that's why the government wants to make sure that all the problem can be circumvented in the future. So what is the measures that be taken so that this thing will not happen in the future? So the government has to make sure that the national resilience has to happen on the healthcare supply. This, what it means is also it's included in the health security. That means Indonesia itself has to assure ourselves that the resilience on the healthcare supply, it has to be able to be developed as well as produced locally. This is something that we need to understand, bear in mind. I also wrote on this on the rantai nilai, which is the value chain of the supply, which requires a global. That means Indonesia cannot do by itself, but also we need to understand the technology behind. The PT Kimia Pharma and Kimia Pharma Sungguh has developed some APIs to be produced in Indonesia. We in the Dexa group, we have already able to apply injectables like omeprazole, pantoprazole, API manufacturing in our facility. So we do not import anymore, but I think the API that can be developed within the Indonesia itself, it's growing in terms of the chemical API. Now, there is chemical API. Yeah, so this is Mr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, our health minister. He assures that he wants to make sure that we can produce our own not only API, the active pharmaceutical ingredients, but also all the finished product which has to be produced locally, so that we can lower our dependency to other countries. That's what the Bapak Budi Gunawan Sadikin has alluded us. Not only on the industry, but also every single person in the health sector has to know this. Yeah. So this all the Indonesian law, Indonesian regulations implementing that we need to be able self-sufficient, that we are able to produce necessary products on the pharmaceutical sector as well as the medical devices sector. Yeah. Now, so this is I'm going to skip this. Now, one of the things materials is natural product, as we have talked about. Yeah. So Indonesia has now implemented the formularium for phytopharmaceutical. That means Jamu, which has been studied and become OHT, Obat Herbal to Standard, and studied clinically to become phytopharmaceutical or the phytopharmaca. Unfortunately, we still have 5 only phytopharmaca within the formularium as of 19 May, which is last year, exactly 1 year last year. But the government and the industry has worked together. We want to increase this even to 20 phytopharmaca in the future to be included in the formularium of phytopharmaca, which can be used in any satker and can be used in any clinic which is owned by the government. Yeah. So hopefully we will have more of this phytopharmaca, and we have more included in the formularium. And the goal at the end is actually including in the Formularium Nasional Fornas of the BPJS. This Formularium Phytopharmaca now, yes, Dinkes can produce and buy them, and the doctor can buy them and then prescribe them. But still, it's not included in Formularium Nasional. Our goal is inclusion in the Formularium Nasional because there's not even one herbal drugs included in the Formularium Nasional. Yes, they are included in Formularium Phytopharmaca, but it's not enough because the budget coming from the Formularium Nasional is different than that coming from Formularium Phytopharmaca. So we need to make sure that it's included in the Formularium Nasional. So our group, Dexa group, we have produced many of the phytopharmaca, which is included in Formularium Phytopharmaca, as well as on the e-catalog from the government sector. For example, we have this inlasin, which is coming from the cinnamon burmani. I will talk about that later. And banaba, which is the bungur, daun bungur locally. Redasit also from the cinnamon burmani. In Bumin, this is coming from the fish, from the Chana striata. And then we have the stuff coming from the earthworm, Lubricus rubellus. And I will give you an example. I just give you an example of how we develop this so that it can be followed by any scientist or anyone who is actually involved in the development of natural products. Yeah. So how we do it is actually, we do not care about the plant. We never start with the plant. We always start with the disease itself and the pathological changes. And when you talk genes and proteins being affected by such a disease. For example, if you talk about, for example, like diabetes, type 2 diabetes, so many biomarker that shows the diabetes can be become a problem pathologically within the cell itself. Could be GLUT4, it could be PPAR gamma, it could be PI3 kinase, it could be insulin receptor substance. No matter what genes and proteins have you, there's so many that we can become a marker and become the marker to get the good product or good drug. Yeah. So this is the genes. Obviously, this is, you can just download this for free, and from the genes, and you have the protein targets. And this is where the plants and extract and fraction comes to play. Now the chemical diversity is coming from not only one plant, but many plants, which you have to screen. You cannot just decide only one plant on and work with that plant. Even though traditionally it's been used only for one purpose. No, the way you develop is you have to develop at least fraction. The reason being, every fraction and every extract will have a different chemical diversities, chemical universe within that particular plant and particular fraction and particular extract. Those will have pharmacological differences in terms of the action. And the pharmacological differences is due to the different chemical diversities within those compounds within that particular extract and fraction. From there, you will do biological assay depending on which one of the proteins of interest, and you will get one or two good extract or plants. Good extracts or fraction from different plants, for example. And banaba, it's because of the hit was the cinnamon and banaba. And then why did we use cinnamon? Because that cinnamon has the affinity towards certain receptor. But when we started, we developed screening for diabetes for 20 different plants. From Sambiloto, for example, coming from the Brotowali, could be any other ones. No, so that's why we did not start with one plant. We started with a combination of plants, combination of extract, and combination fraction. And the two that's luckily, they give us a very good in terms of the insulin sensitivity. It's a fraction coming from the cinnamon burmani and a fraction coming from the banaba or the bungur. And hence, after we developed that, we optimized the structure itself of the two fraction, and then we developed testing in animals, and then we followed by the human testing in clinical trials. Yeah. So it's very important that we follow a good GCP-based clinical trial, phase 1 we've done, not for the pharmacokinetics, but for the safety aspect. So make sure that it doesn't affect the liver function, for example, the kidney function, renal function, hematological changes, things like that. So we can be seen in the phase 1 study in normal subject. This is not patients. Then we take it into phase 2 and phase 3 in the patients itself. And if the clinical study is done, then we take it into a dossier which allow us to bring it to the Badan POM or the FDA. For example, one of our drugs was actually, two of our drugs was registered in FDA in the US and also in Health Canada. And it passed the US FDA as well as Health Canada at the time. So the dossier has to be assured that this dossier will meet up the regulatory bodies wherever we apply our drugs to. Yeah. Okay. So this is an example how we do it. Yeah? I'm just giving you an example how we do it. So this cinnamon Burmani, cinnamon is everywhere in the world. Yeah, you can have cinnamon from Sri Lanka. You can have cinnamon from, for example, Latin America, for example, even in Kalimantan, you have cinnamon. Also in Irian Jaya, also in Indonesia, we screen the cinnamon against those gene biomarker, yes, as you saw earlier. The best cinnamon is not coming, which is in South Sumatra. That's the best cinnamon. For in our system, that is. Yeah, if you have different system, you may use different system. But in our system, the best the best upregulation of or downregulation of certain genes involved with diabetes is coming from the South Sumatra, which is called Mount Kerinci. That is why we only secure the bark of the cinnamon coming from South Sumatra. And this is an example of the daun bungur, or what we call banaba, yeah, Agostemia speciosa, and we have to secure this only from one area in the West Java area, in the Bandung area. Yeah, we cannot secure this from any other part because the grower already know what our specs are. The specs coming from raw material determine the pharmacological activity, determine the finished product activity. So that's why when you have a good supplier, you cannot change it unless you can have a supplier in which allow them to show that the quality of the raw material is as good as the original material in which we had produced and did the clinical trial. So we never change sources, basically. Yeah. Okay. So lo and behold, we did a lot of basic science studies. Yeah, we published many of those. Yeah, molecular pharmacology and things like that. We found out that this DLBS 3233 is actually upregulating the PPAR gamma. So this is different the way that a drug called thiazolidinedione, like pioglitazone, there's stroglitazone, there's rosiglitazone, which is no longer in the market. But pioglitazone actually activates the PPAR gamma. But our natural product actually upregulates, means it increases the number of the expression of the PPAR gamma and GLUT4. Yeah. So here's the little bit of the how it works. Yeah, I'm not going to show you the paper. You can read it yourself. You can download. But just as a summary, when you have insulin binds to the receptor during the insulin resistance, there is diabetes. People has diabetes. Patients have a lot of insulin resistance, and this DLBS 3233 was only designed to circumvent the insulin resistance part, not the insulin deficient part, only insulin resistance. Hence, we use the difference biomarker. Yeah? So when the insulin binds to the receptor during insulin resistance, this signal transduction does not come, does not happen. So when this, even it binds, a lot of insulin will bind to the receptor, but if the signal transduction does not happen, the cell does not produce GLUT4, and the cell does not allow the translocation of GLUT4 into the plasma membrane. But with enlacine, with the DLBS 3233, which contains the fraction, I'm saying that this is not the whole, plant extract. This is only a fraction of the plant extract. That is why we call the DLBS 3233 a fraction of cinnamon Burmani and a fraction of the Lagostemia speciosa that will allow us to have a whole sensitivity because the signal transduction now can come very easily and handily by phosphorylation of different proteins, and the cell will allow themselves to produce GLUT4 and translocate it in the plasma membrane. Here's more on the molecular. when the DLBS 32-33 happens and it's given, administered, then you will have phosphorylation of the residue of tyrosine. The phosphorylation of residue tyrosine, instead of serine and phosphorylation, will increase insulin sensitivity and hence give insulin response. And that will increase the GLUT4, allowing the blood glucose levels to go down. So how do we know this? This is the beauty of it. Yes, you can do it in animal, but the best way is to do it in human being, in patients. So we recruit the insulin resistance patients in the phase 2 studies. Is the DLBS 32 coming from the cinnamon and banaba increase the insulin secretion in this insulin resistance patients clinically? At lo and behold, yes, it does. They do increases the increases in insulin secretion very nicely, very significantly. And if it does, that means there are more insulin will bind to the insulin receptor. And because the phosphorylation of tyrosine is happening, as I saw you alluded to you earlier, then you will have insulin sensitivity going down. And how do you measure that? Because now the fasting insulin is going down very, very significantly. Not only the fasting insulin, but also first phase insulin secretion and plasma, postprandial glucose also going down very significantly. When you measure that with the HOMA-HIR, this is a measurement of the insulin and glucose within the blood itself to show the insulin resistance, the natural product actually goes down very nicely, very significantly. This is just to show an example how concept can become a proven in the clinically in human being, that you're not only developing in the lab, but also you take it to the bed, to the patient, given by the doctor, you will have a very good, in terms of the clinical aspect, clinical response from this particular biodiversity kind of product. So, and then hence, when you see that insulin resistance going down, HbA1c is also going down, and also we need to study more. So we have studied quite a bit of the clinical trial. I think there are about 16 protocols as done in this in-licensing thing. And many of this is by Professor Iskandar in Surabaya. This is basically, he took people or patients who cannot respond anymore with metformin or sulfonylurea. So glucose level does not come down. The blood glucose levels stay up or even increasing, HbA1c going down. But when you're given in-licensing, DLBS 22-33, suddenly it drops down. It was reduced, the HbA1c, very nicely, Now, another aspect is insulin resistance is not only suffered by people having diabetes, for example, but so there's another clinical condition called PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is usually happen to young girls, for example, or even the young people who just got married. They want to have kids, but they cannot have kids because they suffer from the polycystic ovarian syndrome. And the pathology within the body of these patients are similar to that of the diabetes type 2. That is basically happening, they suffer insulin resistance problem, just like the diabetes patients. So what we did is actually, we did a clinical trial on these patients and PCOS patients, and lo and behold, we compared to even metformin, and in the two protocol that we have here, actually you can use this particular product, this drug, enlacin, for the PCOS patients, meaning even against metformin XR, it's not even inferior. So implicating that a good drug coming from the biodiversity, coming from the plants, if you design it very nicely, you do it in concept using the preclinical and clinical data, it is not inferior to that of the clinical products. Even with the metformin XR, for example, this is a very advanced inferior. It's the same. So this, what we do here is called non-inferiority clinical trial. It's the same, basically. So people say, we sometimes hear that physician says, oh, herbal drugs cannot produce a good clinical effects. That's not chance. If you design it correctly, if you design it correctly, a good herbal drug will be as superior as chemical products. But the design has to be done correctly. It has to be done preclinically correctly and followed by clinical trial concept. Yeah. Now, in the interest of the network pharmacology, we've published this in the network pharmacology, and it turns out there's a good correlation between in vivo upregulation of certain proteins to the relative theoretical concept in the network pharmacology using bioinformatics, certain proteins that's upregulated in the diabetes when you give the DLBS 3233. So there's a good correlation in vitro and in vivo. That's what it means. Yeah. So the second one that I want to give you an example is biodiversity type of drugs, not only coming from the plants, but also from the animals. Here I'm showing you the earthworm also contains 20,000 genes, 20,000 different proteins, just like human being, 20,000 different proteins. But obviously we have expressed the natural habitat is within the inside the soil. They have to defend themselves to many different things like ants, maybe fungal, could be small animals and so on. So they within the evolution, they have to develop certain proteins that can defend themselves in terms of the attack of these potential pathogens within the body themselves. Yeah. So in the evolution, they developed 20,000 proteins with different requirements. And we took only the small proteins, which is 100 kilodalton and below. It's just very small, kilodalton, only 100 kilodalton, yeah, not the bigger one. And we took only 8 major proteins. So this is a fraction of the Lumbricus tuberculus, what we call lumbrokinase DLBS 1030 dose. Yeah, actually, we show that many of these assay of these 8 different proteins in together will lead to reduction in atherosclerosis. We have published this. I'm not going to show you this today, but suffices to say that this DLBS 1033 works on the monocyte, works on the vascular smooth muscle cell and endothelial cell, allowing itself to be reducing in terms of risk of atherosclerosis. And how do we make sure that it reduces atherosclerosis other than testing it in a human being, right? So we did clinical trial, small studies, but it's very significant. The easiest way to look into atherosclerosis because the plaque in terms of the intimomedial thickness is when you use the ultrasound in the carotid artery in the neck of the patients. And as you can see here, if we give the protein, again, what kind of protein? Here, see, 8 is protein, LLP protein, because they're absolutely coming from the Lumbricus tuberculus, not from any other species. It's only from Lumbricus tuberculus. I think Indonesia has herbal in our soil, maybe about 10 different species, and sometimes they mate each other, producing somewhat like a new species, but actually it's a combination. But what we want is pure Lumbricus tuberculus. When you're taking the 8, obviously we have make fraction not only from the 8 to 100, we also make fraction the 200, the 300, and so on, yeah, 20 and above. But the best is 100 kilodalton that shows this and some other basic science data which has been published. But in the terms of the proof of concept, you can see here that this is the carotid intimomedial thickness on the right side. So here on the patient, this is the left-hand side. If you're given DLBS 3233 within 2 weeks and 3 weeks, you can see the lowering of the intimomedial thickness in the carotid arteries of the patients, suggesting that this concept, yes, it works at reducing the risk of atherosclerosis in the carotid artery, hence also in the heart, thereby reducing the risk of stroke and myocardial infarction. The biggest carotid intermediate thickness reduction, which is within 2, within 2 into 1.3 is very, very 0.7 millimeter, which is very, very significant. Yeah. Another one, we've done quite a bit of this dissolve, which is DLBS 1033, the 100 kilodalton protein extracted from the lumbricus subellus in stroke patients. We've done quite a bit of clinical trial has done this in different areas. This one is done in Gajah Mada University, Dr. Sarjito Hospital and so on. But this shows that the DLBS 33 has a very good potential in terms of the platelet lowering, platelet activating or disactivating, and hence translate into a good clinical outcome during the ischemic stroke. It is not the acute stroke, but after they've been discharged by the doctor into the ward, they run this dissolved DLBS 1033 versus the clopidogrel versus the aspirin, and it shows very nicely in terms of the clinical outcome. So again, this is to show that the a natural product, natural enzyme, is not inferior, to a typical chemical product like aspirin or clopidogrel, if you design it nicely. So this is another example, not only from herbal drug, but also protein that can be done. So this is another one, treated with the DLBS 33 as an add-on therapy randomized controlled trial. Conclusion in this particular publication is has proven functional outcomes better than standard therapy. So this is actually when they added up the DLBS 33 to the standard therapy, the NIHSS stroke scale index, the modified Rankin scale index, which is normally used by the stroke patients, Barthel index, and so on. So this is again to show that a drug coming from diversity is not inferior to the one that normally being used by the pharmacists, by the physicians, which is chemical drugs, and many of those are imported from other countries. And yet this is coming from the Indonesian raw materials. We have a lot of abundance. So when the government says, oh, because of the COVID pandemic, we need to stop in terms of importation, we have to develop some more. This is again to show that we have a lot of raw material which is not inferior to chemical products which has been imported. 98% of our drugs is imported. If we have a lot of these now, which can replace an alternative, or even if it's not replaced, I'll give an alternative to the patients, to the physicians, as drugs given to the patients. So this is an example how we have done quite a bit of the clinical trial. Clinical trial not only happening in Indonesia, but also surrounding the countries. This clinical trial on Stimuno, which is our product, Inlasin, Dissolve, Redacid, and so on. This is an example how the proof of concept has to be done not in animal, but in human being, in patients, but also followed by phase 2, phase 3. If you make phytopharmaca, it's not a very, very short step. Oh, within 1 year, I will have phytopharmaca. No, our experience shows at least 7 years to get a good phytopharmaca. Why? Because the clinical, preclinical studies take some time. Clinical studies also take some time. That's why the regulatory bodies shows they requires a good clinical data, which allows us to meet up the GCP requirement. GCP means in Indonesia called CUKB, cara uji klinik yang baik. That has to be implemented also by the physician, the investigator, as well as the regulating bodies. That one they will inspect the area or the site in which we do clinical trial. Okay, so that's a clinical studies, takes a while. Now, it's very important also the dossier that we added to the clinical trials also involve the pharmaceutical formulation, analytical, and so on. So regulatory bodies, all over the world, sorry, this is in Indonesia, but standardization has to be done, and not only in the APIs, excipient, but also the finished product. So when you look into all this data, many of this will have to be done by the pharmacists from the formulation, also analytical, uji klinik, which is clinical trial. So the dossier will become distinct. So when you convert it into the into digital dossier, it will take at least 40 or 50 megabytes file, because of the vast amount of the data put it into the dossier itself. So when we make a good product, we will have to show every single validation that we use even from the basic science. We include those into the dossier. You cannot hide anything that's not good of data. In publication, yeah, you can hide them. But in the dossier, you have to include everything, including basic science, including the preclinical, clinical, even they ask for the clinical, the design, and what's even the raw data they want to show and verify whether this raw data, the data that has been, the raw data follows that. Because if they see this is good, the raw data is not good, then they will become suspicious of your data, which submitted to the regulatory bodies. I'm giving you an example, so again, this is happening in not only in Indonesia, but also we export our products to surrounding countries, but we already export to Canada, we export to US. The regular bodies even more stringent and asking many data. They even come and audit the site. Now, because of that, we've implemented a lot of automatics in terms of production. I'm just going to give you an example. One of the phytopharmaceutical product, Stimuno, even given the automatic production in our factory, I will show you the use of robotic system, which allow us to use the automatic robots, just even the packaging. But the story doesn't end the packaging, but we implemented the Internet of Things, that's what it's called, from the beginning production into the packaging. So let me stop share just a second because I want to do something. Okay. Yeah, this is an example. I think the next generation of pharmacists has to know also how to operate this robotic kind of equipment, which has now been implemented in many pharmaceutical industry. I'm just going to give you an example of the robotic for the packaging itself for the Stimuno, which is now the OMI is not done by people. It's not packaged by labor intensive, but by robot, by machine. And the operator has to know this, and the supervisor, mainly many pharmacists, has to know how to operate this kind of equipment also within this Pharma 4.0 industry. You don't put into the design not only in the beginning in the lab, but also during production system, the packaging system. The machine will have to allow them to package into different boxes, the bottles, the primary packaging, the bottles, and that particular example of the liquid Stimuno syrup, but also the boxes in which they carry individual, but also the biggest boxes in which they have to be put on, which is tertiary packaging, has to be implemented. So as pharmacist student, you have to be aware also that the implementation of technology is not only on the research, on the production, but also in the packaging. And we employ many pharmacists also in the packaging design, for example. We employ a lot of pharmacists in the clinical trial, for example. We employ pharmacists in the regulatory activities as well. in the business development, all aspects of pharmacological, in pharmacy, in the pharmacy industry, has to be implemented. It has to be a generation of pharmacists. I think you guys have to learn more because of the technological advances. The curriculum, it has to such a way in which allow them to learn and how to operate and readily going into the job market with all this knowledge in the technology, and especially now in the Pharma 4.0 era of pharmaceutical. Okay, that's about that. So I'm going to skip this because of time. Just to show that the phytopharmaca is actually have a very rosy picture in the future. I think we need to have more than 5 phytopharmaca, because now the phytopharmaca, 5 of them, is already enough to be used by the clinicians. In the past, yeah, I'll show you just one data. There's not too many physicians prescribing herbal drugs. So this is obat alam in rumah sakit and clinic. Yeah. So when you look into the 4,500 prescription, it's only less than 3%. Yeah, in terms of the prescription in rumah sakit. And clinics is even worse, yeah, less than 1% in the clinic out of 1,004. Yeah, not my data, it's coming from the lead Bankes, Kemenkes 2019. Very small of the prescription, even though, you know, if I go to any pharmaceutical, in school of pharmacy, now even sekolah kehutanan, fakultas pertanian, fakultas even ekonomi, fakultas kimia, everybody is researching on the herbal drugs, and yet it's not being used. And yet, even if we have a lot of data, it's only 5 phytopharmaca included. So that's why we need to have more phytopharmaca included. And as that, those phytopharmaca has already been included, now many doctors now has increased the use of the herbal drugs in the formularium because inclusion in phytopharmaca. They're not afraid anymore to prescribe and write herbal drugs in the prescription. Yeah. And as a result, we have a lot of phytopharmaca coming from the natural sources. Our petani farmers are also happy because now they're happy to plant all the plantation, all the plants that's needed to develop into the raw materials for the herbal drugs. Yeah, so it looks like the value chain now doesn't happen only in the industry, doesn't happen only in the peneliti on the scientists, but also going back forward into hulu, into the petani, which is the grower. Yeah. So this is an example of what we product. I think we have like 20 different products, what we call omai. Yeah. Obat modern asli Indonesia. We need to see. We have to keep changing this. We need to secure this name, obat modern asli Indonesia, because if it's not modern, then the doctors do not want to prescribe. Why should I prescribe something that people can buy in OTC, traditional product? They can buy everywhere, OTC market. Why should I prescribe them? So when we change the name to modern, the doctors now are interested in prescribing them because it's a modern drug. Invented using the molecular system with the genes and proteins, and also developed using the technological in Pharma 4.0 era, as well as evidence by the clinical trial. So that's why it's called Obat Modern Asli Indonesia. Now, in that, I think I put a slide here. I wrote a book on this Obat Modern Asli Indonesia, yeah, Contributive to Resiliency Kesehatan Nasional. This book is already on the market. I think people can buy them, and many people give a good feedback to me, including some of the ministers, because they read them and put them in the implementation and so on. Yeah. So one thing that we need to do is actually we need to increase the STEM education. Yeah? I think many of our young kids, our youngsters now don't want to become STEM, yeah? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, because in our conversation everywhere with Pak Kita, and also when I was featured in the Pak Kita's endgame program, we agree that this STEM education is becoming more and more important as Indonesia become modern. Yeah? If we do not have enough STEM professionals, how can we make sure that we have a good innovation there? So I think many of the youngsters now and people or young kids in the SD, SMP, they don't really want to become a STEM. Yeah, STEM doesn't mean only pharmacy. Yeah, STEM means engineering, mathematics, yeah, statistics, techniques, and so on. We need to increase the number of STEMs. Yeah, so this to make sure that the modern Indonesia will produce a lot of innovative goods and not only being used in Indonesia but also exported to other countries. Yeah. So it's another picture with Pak Habibie at the time. I got Habibie Award. Pak Habibie is also, as you know, he is a father of technology in Indonesia. He put a lot of values on the STEM, yeah, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. I think that's all I have, Dr. Endang. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I hope that makes sense. If you want to reach to me, there's an email and things like that. You can also follow my Instagram. And thank you very much, everyone, and good morning.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Raymond. That was a remarkable, fantastic presentations. And now is the time for questions and answer. I would like to have questions from the participant. Maybe someone can raise your hand, or maybe I would like to see on the chat box. Okay, there are.
Box, I could also read myself. Can I just read them? Yeah.
Please,
Ibu
okay, please.
Susilawati, I think it starts with Ibu Susilawati, Ibu Usi from Solo. Why are the number of traditional medicines in the phytopharmaca less than OHT and Jamu? Yeah, Ibu Usi, when you talk about OHT and phytopharmaca, the government does not classify them as traditional medicine anymore. So now the classification is called OBA, obat bahan alam. Yeah. No longer traditional medicine. Yeah? The reason being, the government has already, if you talk about something that's already been proven statistically in OHT with the preclinical data and phytopharmaca in the uji clinic, then it's not traditional because now you can good evidence in the data itself. But to answer your questions, why is phytopharmaca in OHT is much less than Jamu? I think Jamu, we have about 18,000 different Jamu, different brands. And phytopharmaca, it's only 20, OHT maybe 29, something like that. The reason being, it takes a while to develop OHT in phytopharmaca. Phytopharmaca can take 7 to 8 years, and the biaya also, the expense is also higher than Jamu. Jamu, industry Jamu can buy any extract, could buy any raw materials from the market and put them into Jamu, yeah, into tablet, into capsule, even with the powder. That's Jamu. Yeah, it's easier to make, and you do not need to prove the concept. You do not need to prove the preclinical and clinical, and just go to Badan POM and get a registration number. But with the OHT and phytopharmaca, you have to show in the lab to show preclinical data, whether it's in vitro and vivo, and then for OHT, and for phytopharmaca, that followed by the clinical trial, which takes about 7 to 8 years totally. And many industry they don't have the patience to wait for the good phytopharmaca OHT comes into fruition, which they can sell. Mereka tidak sabar intinya, karena it takes 7 to 8 years to develop those. Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah. Number two.
Yeah, thank you. Number two is from Anissa.
Yeah, Anissa.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. How does an industry analyze that the natural ingredient has potential to develop into phytopharmaca product? And how can we maintain quality of the plants for the demand? Okay, very good. So to make sure that how the potential of the natural ingredient developed into phytopharmaca is several. Number one, you have to have a good quality products. Number two, we have to have a good something that can be proven within the in vitro condition and in vivo. That's very important. For example, you know the mechanism of certain extract, and you know it's not toxic because you've done and you have to done acute and chronic toxicity studies. But at the same time, you have to develop this into a bigger scale, because in the lab you make it only like few milligrams or even few grams, but in the big scale you're making into tons. Like our product mixed into 2 tons of materials per production. Something that's developed in the lab does not readily translatable into a bigger scale. If you make, like, for example, 20 grams, you cannot directly translate into 2 tons of materials. So that's why we have to keep validating our process to make sure that the quality does not deteriorate during the production. So that's why, again, the research doesn't stop at the lab. It stopped at the production scale. Yeah, we need our engineer friends to make sure that they can validate that. How to maintain the quality of the plants? That's why we depend only 1 or 2 suppliers, and sometimes we teach the suppliers how to plant the plant materials, because otherwise if they put a lot of waters and then they put a lot of, for example, we don't like pupuk, yeah, we don't like those fertilizer, we don't like. It has to be organic in a way. Because we want to make sure that the plants is actually made up the standard in which we started to become, and we cultivated with the post-harvest time, and become the quality standard for our plants. Yeah, I hope that's the answer to the questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raymond. Next to the third one from Ms. Isna Mulyani.
Okay, Ms. Isna. Some medicine with natural ingredients have been used in the community extensively to have a good effect. However, when a preclinical trials did not show a significant pharmacological effect, so that research will not continue. Yes, absolutely. In our system, if even the plant has been proven, traditionally been used for 1 or 2 indications, we will not continue our research and we drop that project. Yeah. What makes preclinical research result often unsatisfactory? Oh, that's easy. If you're talking preclinical in vitro, it doesn't light up on the genes itself or protein, we'll drop that. Yeah, unsatisfactory. Or it lights up, very good sign, but it's toxic in our hands, we drop that, even though a good effect. Number 3, especially if the pathological, physiological we use in vivo does not show a good effect in animals, we drop that. Yeah. Number 4, yes, it's good in the lab, good given the mice, but we cannot upscale this, because sometimes when you upscale it, sometimes because of the process happening, then even toxicity going up, for example, or the price of making the raw materials going up, we drop that as well. So out of 10 projects, usually drop 8 projects. We only have end up at 2 projects. Many projects are being dropped because 1 or 2 reasons within the product development. So the trial rate has to be done in such a way that we have only good products only. Yeah, I hope that answered your questions.
Okay, Ms. Isna. Is there any further questions for the first one? For the answer from Dr. Reynolds? Is it enough? Okay. Next to the next questions from Ms. Septiana Lasmi, Dr. Reynolds.
Yes, okay. One of the problems of traditional medicine is standardizing raw materials so that the same activity is obtained. Absolutely, yeah. So the standard doesn't come from the raw material only, but also the finished product. So if you claim, for example, you have, for example, I'll just give you an example. Pegagan, yeah, pegagan. You have an extract pegagan, or you can claim of every single one of every single activity. For example, a smoothing of the keratinocyte or wound healing, whatever have you. But if you claim 7% asiaticoside from the raw material, you have to be able to claim also 7% asiaticoside in the finished product. Very important that we have a correlation from the raw material into the finished product. Yeah. How to do this? That's why the question is how to overcome that traditional medicine will have the same stability as synthetic drug. No, not the synthetic drug, but how does a medicine become stable from the beginning, from the raw material into the finished product? You have to do stability study just to make sure that, that's why the analytical very important. Not only using HTL, TLC, thin layer chromatography is absolute. That's already been a long time ago that we used that, but now HPLC, even LCMS, and even GCMS, if it's necessary, we have to take into consideration that the stability of our product from the raw material into finished product has to be preserved throughout the process. Yeah. So when you have a good stable product, even during the shelf lifetime, that is as good as synthetic drugs. When you have a good, for example, the indication is good, clinically proven good, stability is good, then the doctors, they have the confidence that, oh, this herbal products or obat bahan alam now is as good, obat modern asal Indonesia is as good as the synthetic drug. And the basis of physicians will not doubt any other ways. This is as good as a synthetic modern drugs. Okay, I hope that answered the questions also.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Reno. And then finish this in the chat box. Okay. Any questions? Raise hand, audience. No? Okay, Dr. Raymond. Maybe there is some questions from my friends here. Among these presentations that you deliver, how to get the participant when the students in Indonesia can do some research or maybe or collaborating with the industry to development of OMAI, obat modern asli Indonesia. Regarding to the presentation, you said that to prepare from the raw material to be OMAI, it takes about 7 years, and it's too long, I think, and it takes many material and also money. So what you suggest for the students in Indonesia to get involved, to do the participate in the development of OMAI? Dr. Reno, Ramon?
Yes, if you have product, you can sell it actually, Jamu. Yeah, Jamu doesn't require many data. It doesn't require data research. You can just formulate them and bring it to the Badan POM. But you have to approach the industry Jamu, yeah, in order to do that, yeah. But for OMAI, for phytopharmaca, that will take a while, yeah. Industry also is very, they're very risk averse in looking at the many. I think many industries have been approached by academia and everything, but not all the projects will be developed into products. The reason why, for example, you come up with certain plants. It turns out that the plants is mimicking a drug called glimepiride or glyphosate, which is insulin sensitivity. That is something that's not interesting to the industry. You know why? Because OGB glyphosate, OGB glimepiride only 50 rupiah, 100 rupiah. And if you make this into OMAI, sometimes it will cost 2,000, 3,000 rupiah. How can we sell? How can the industry sell? If the competitor is only 50, 100 rupiah. So that's why it's very important for you to have a very good research project. Not only a project, but also something that industry is keen to develop a cooperation. Now, industry is, because of the of the system now, government put a lot of pressure on the pricing, they become very selective on what to do in terms of OMI. Not all OMI will be developed, not all OMIs will be taken into the market. Only the one that makes up the, there's a opportunity for the market sales, then it take up by the industry. But for example, you have a good project, you have to show that the mechanistically it works in vitro at least, to show the mechanism how your OMI works. Number two, you have to show toxicity study, not toxic, in the acute, in the subchronic, genotoxicity has to be done, and also teratogenicity. And thirdly, you have to show proof of concept in the animals to show that in animals you have to get a good activity towards certain diseases. For example, you want to have like right now, OMI, which is good, is for Parkinson. If you can show in animal, you can reduce the number of, for example, dyskinesia, tardive dyskinesia. You can show that the number of serotonin dopamine for Parkinson is going up in the brain. I'm sure to guarantee industry will take your OMI, something like that. So it has to be very specific and gathers quite a bit of industry, market, and also you have to put the interest of the industry. But if you want to make Jamu, you're welcome to develop those and bring it to Badan POM, and the next 3 months or even 1 month, you will get it's called NEA, number registration, then you can sell into the industry. Our industry can sell. I hope that answers, Dr. Endang.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Raymond. And once again, the last questions is from Ms. Eka. It's about asking about which are more beneficial, using a raw material as extract or fractions, or maybe some isolate to make some herbal medicines.
The question is which one is more efficacious? Is that what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter actually. You can make 3 different things, but in Indonesia, when you develop its isolate, then you can, it's not easy to register. So that's why we do not develop isolate, but we develop fraction or even extract. It doesn't matter whether it's extract or fraction, if you can develop those, because both could be efficacious. But my belief, fraction is better than extract. Yes.
Okay.
Because fraction has much less compound and more specific towards certain receptors.
It doesn't matter when we use 2 or 3 kinds of fractions.
Yeah, as long as you can standardize them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raymond, for your detailed answer. And I'm sorry, but due to the limited time, we have to finish these sessions. Dr. Raymond, thank you very much for your sharing knowledge, experiences, and very inspiring thoughts. And we are honored to give Dr. Reynolds as speaker and award a certificate of appreciation for his outstanding contributions to this conference. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Raymond. I hope I can see you again in the next occasions.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to Dr. Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raymond. I think it's all for these sessions. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hand it back to the MC.
Once again, thank you for a great talk, Dr. Raymon R. Tjandrawinata, Doctor of Philosophy from Dexa Laboratories, Indonesia, and Mrs. Wulansari for bringing us to a very productive discussion. I personally believe that we had a very interesting discussion in this session. So before continue to next speaker, we would like to thanks to our sponsorship.
Sebelum melanjutkan ke pemateri berikutnya, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada sponsor kami.
Sinacon 2023 sponsored by ITS PT ITS Science Indonesia.
ITS Science Indonesia is one of business division under ITS Group with headquarters located in Singapore. ITS Science Indonesia offers various analytical instruments for laboratory, medical instruments, and laboratory furniture. For more than 40 years, ITS is moving forward with a vision to make an impact in the industry they serve and a mission to serve better. ITS has core values to put professionalism, partnerships, and performance forward. ITS Group is providing its services around Southeast Asia countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia. In Indonesia, ITS Science has 2 offices located in Jakarta and Surabaya. Inside ITS Science Indonesia office, there are facilities to support the work such as training room, and demo lab. ITS Science Indonesia also actively create or participate in various events such as webinars, seminars, product training, and exhibitions. Here are some brands that ITS Science Indonesia distributing. Products that distributed are from top and reputable brands worldwide. For herbal medicine testing, we support laboratory instruments such as UV spectrophotometry, for antioxidant testing with DPPH method, total phenol testing, flavonoid, and saponin. Rotary evaporator for extraction method, separation, and concentrating. Multi-mode reader for ELISA testing, efficacy testing, and colorimetry testing. We are also proud to serve the needs of our customers, from governments, hospital, industrial, to universities. If you need help for your laboratory needs, contact us, ITS Science Indonesia, bridging science, inspiring possibilities.
lebih maksimal loh pakai sunscreen.
Cuma kalau bikin nggak nyaman, enggak deh.
Kalau kita pakai yang ini, sunscreen nomor 1 di Indonesia. Teksturnya ringan, cepat meresap. Wardah UV Shield Essential Sunscreen Gel dengan SPF 30 PA++, zero alkohol, dan kaya akan vitamin.
Kamu pakai sunscreen di rumah?
Iya dong. Bukan cuma UV yang nggak baik, blue light juga loh. So, let's shield up the game. Wardah UV Shield, hadang UV dan blue light.
Their products. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all the sponsorship that we have been reached. Now we have come to our next speech agenda. It's from Associate Professor Dr. Fazlin Fauzi from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. We talk about holistic herbal therapy assessment.
Hadirin, kita telah sampai pada pemateri berikutnya yang akan disampaikan oleh Associate Profesor Dr. Fazlin Fauzi dari Universitas Teknologi Mara, Malaysia mengenai penilaian terapi herbal holistik.
Our presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Atika Darumas Putri, Bachelor of Pharmacy, Master Applied Science, Dr. Philosophy.
Presentasi dan diskusi akan dimoderatori oleh moderator kami, yaitu Ibu Atika.
Before it, allow me to read her short bio. Dr. Atika Darumas Putri received her bachelor's in pharmacy from Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Jember, Indonesia. Afterwards, she completed her master degree from Durban University of Technology, South Africa. Focusing on cancer aptat sensor and computational modeling, Dr. Atika holds a doctoral university, Taiwan, with summa cum laude. She is currently a faculty member at STIFAR Semarang, and she is an author of academic papers in high impact factor journals and book captures including Scientific Reports or Springer Nature, Pharmaceutics or MDPI, Pharmaceuticals or MDPI, Chemicals Engineering Journal or STIFAR, RSC, Advanced or Royal Society of Chemistry, and etc. Dr. Atika specializes in the bio-nano interaction for the effective drug delivery system and in silico studies. Now, I would like to turn to Atika Darumas Putri, Bachelor's of Pharmacy, Master Applied Science, Dr. Philosophy. Time is yours.
Acara selanjutnya saya serahkan kepada moderator kami, yaitu Ibu Atika. Kami persilahkan.
So many thanks, Joya, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum, Professor Fazlin.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you, bro?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, this is a great pleasure for me to assist you and as a moderator for your session today. And before we begin, let me go through briefly the Professor Fazlin Fauzi's background. Would that be fine for you if I call you Professor Fazlin, Prof?
Yep, sure. Works.
Okay, sure. So Professor Fazlin Fauzi has research interests alike in chem informatics and has recently expanded to applying artificial intelligence in medical imaging. And also she obtained Bachelor of Pharmacy from Curtin University, Australia, where she acquired a solid theoretical background. She completed also her Master's of Science doctoral degree from University of Cambridge. Currently, she also serves right now as a head of Department of Pharmacology and Pharmaceutical Chemistry at University Teknologi Mara, UITM, where she really committed to fostering an engaging learning environment, also facilitating the intellectual growth of her students, and also fostering a positive mental attitude and work environment for the staff under her purview. and that's really beautiful. Recently also, Professor Fazlin has authored numbers of papers, including the research article and the reviews, such as the one that just published in Current Opinion in Structural Biology, in silico toxicity studies of traditional Chinese herbal medicine. Also some papers in prestigious journals, like in Journal of Integrative Neuroscience, ACS, Molecules, Springer Nature, and etc. So today's workshop, let us all engage to Professor Fazlin talks on the things related to herbal medicine assessment, any challenges that may be encountered, and also how to overcome the problems within through her talks in the next 45 minutes. Okay, now let's warm welcome to Professor Fazlin Fauzi.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me. Just a slight correction. My talk today is on bridging nature and technology. So the synergy of natural products and artificial intelligence. So if you see on the slide here, it's a figure that is generated by AI. So I use Adobe Firefly, which is in the beta stage, and type computational modeling and natural products. And this is the figure that came out. So I think it's not completely there, but we're getting there. So when we talk about traditional medicine, according to the World Health Organization, 80% of the global population relies on traditional medicine, which is primarily based on natural products. In the last pandemic, last year, even in 2022, the World Health Organization convened a meeting discussing about the use of traditional Chinese medicine to be used as COVID, as part of COVID treatment. So as the world, as we move on, more and more of these traditional compounds are being used. So despite the thousands of years of knowledge that has been accumulated in all this traditional medicine, be it traditional Chinese, Indian, Malay, all that, there's still that gap in terms of the application in the modern world. You know, the accumulation of experience is there, but the scientific information or scientific support is still lacking. So enter artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is something that we view as a bridge that connects both worlds, connects the traditional medicine with the Western medicine as well. The beauty of artificial intelligence is that it can process vast amounts of data. So we human are only limited to maybe, I don't know, a few hundreds, maybe even less than that of data. But what artificial intelligence is able to do is to adapt the way we think and do it in a faster way and do it more. So instead of hundreds of data, they're able to process thousands and tens of thousands of data, and even more than that. But it's still being we human tell them what to do. Right. So this data, we're able to analyze it and also make predictions. So based on a certain amount of data, if new data points comes in, we are able to make predictions based on it. So in this article by the Washington Post, which was published less than a year ago, so they talk about how drug discovery is about to get faster thanks to AI. So in my cover slide, you see how AI are able to generate images just by us entering the important keywords. And I'm sure by now you've heard of ChatGPT. So all this AI, they're getting much more sophisticated, and we can apply this in drug discovery as well. So in this article, they talk about DeepMind, which is owned by Google, which use artificial intelligence to predict the structure of proteins. You know, So as you see, they're able to predict 200 millions of them. Maybe a few years ago, it's probably 200 of them. So as the year progresses, they're getting much more sophisticated, and we are also much able to do more than before. So this was a graphical abstract from this paper about rethinking drug design in the artificial intelligence era. So it's kind of, you have to have it in a sense, right? So before this, it's more of a trial and error. Now we have a more tailored approach. Okay, so as you see in this figure, you design using some computational model, you make it in the lab, you test it, you analyze it, and if it doesn't work, go back to designing and figure out what was the reason behind it's not working, or maybe even why it's working. So it's kind of a circle, and artificial intelligence is pretty much in the deep of it. Right, so basically, what do we use artificial intelligence for in the realm of drug discovery? So this figure is what we call a magic triangle. So this magic triangle was coined by my previous group. So it is made up of three main components: phenotype, chemistry, and also biology. So when we ingest a pill, so that pill contains a specific substance, and the chemical structure of that substance is what enables it to bind to a protein target, right? So your protein targets recognize a specific structure. Okay, so that interaction between the chemical structure and the protein target will produce an effect, in this case, the phenotype. So this is what we're trying to solve using AI, the magic triangle. In the realm of natural products, we know the chemical structure of the products. What is the protein targets that they might bind to? And then that protein targets will let us know what are the effects. Of course, this is a very simplification of the process of the biological system. The biological system is much more sophisticated than just these three components, but I hope that this would give you kind of an idea of what we're trying to solve using AI. Right, so I'm not going to go through how or the specific of the AI or specific of the algorithm, but I want to tell you how it works. So the best analogy that I can use is your emails. So I'm sure you realize. So for example, if a spam or email that you don't like, for example, asking you to enter or give your bank account because you just won a lottery. Okay, so you delete those emails and you never see those emails again until you open your spam and you see a list of those emails that are related to asking for your bank account because you just won some prize. Okay, so what happens is that the algorithm of your emails look at your clicking patterns. It look at what are the kind of emails that you delete, what are the kind of emails that you retain in your inbox. And from those emails, they look at the keywords. What are the keywords of those emails that you deleted? What are those that you are retaining? So in the context of drug discovery, those keywords are in the form of structure or physicochemical properties of your compounds. Okay? So you have a group of compounds and you look at the substructure. What substructure do they have in common? What physicochemical properties that they have in common? And there are plethora of ways where you can look at the structure and also physical chemical properties of the compounds. In terms of structure, you have 2D, you have 3D, and under that 2D, you have a lot others as well. Same goes to 3D. So if emails look at good emails and bad emails, so in terms of drug discovery, we can look at active versus inactive. So what compounds are active against a certain protein targets? What are those that are inactive against those protein targets? You can also apply this in terms of toxicity as well. Those compounds that are toxic and those compounds that are non-toxic. So what are the structures or physical chemical properties that they have in common? Okay, so once the algorithm is able to establish that, so if you have a new compound, you can quickly screen whether it will be active or inactive against a particular protein targets, or if it's toxic or non-toxic. Okay, so basically there are three main models, or three main what we call target prediction. So the first one is the ligand-based method. So this is where you only use the chemical structure of the compounds. Okay. So the next one is the structure-based methods. So this is where you only use the protein structure of the group of compounds that you are interested in. And the protochemometric modeling, which is in the middle, incorporates both. It incorporates both the chemical structure and also the protein structure. The models that we develop in our lab is the ligand-based method and also the proteochemometric modeling. So this is an example of the methodology of one of the ligand-based prediction model that we developed in our lab. So for this specific model, we constructed it to screen for anti-leukemic compounds. So to build that model, we collected over 25,000 compounds that are active and also inactive against 26 protein targets that we deem to be involved in key leukemia pathways. And then we use what's called a max key. So computers only read in numbers. They only read in 1 and 0. So you have to transform the 2D structure or even 3D structure of the chemical structure of the chemical compounds into numbers. So one of the ways is through max key. So max key is what we call a dictionary. So there's a preset of 512 substructure. So if that substructure is available in your compound, they'll be denoted as 1. If it's not available, it's 0. And the third component of the model is the classification algorithm. So in this model, we use random forest, but there's also other classification algorithm as well. And the final part of the model, once you build your model, you have to validate, which is pretty much what any experiment requires. You need to validate what you come up with. So in this case, we use five-fold cross-validation and also external validation. So in the five-fold cross-validation, what it does is it establishes that mathematical relationship between structure and activity from these over 26,000 compounds. In the external validation, so basically you've built your model based on the compounds, based on the max key, based on the algorithm. So now you want to test it against compounds that it has never seen before. Okay, so those are the 4 main components of a predictive model. So in another model that we developed in the lab is we use proteochemometric modeling. So it's the same components, but just different, I guess, different entries, so to speak. So in this case, proteochemometric, as I mentioned, it involves us using both the chemical structure and also protein structure. So in this case, we collected over 55,000, just over 55,000 compounds that are active and also inactive against 99 protein targets. So these 99 protein targets, we manually curated it. So we look at cake pathway databases, and then we look at literature to see whether those are druggable or not. So what druggable means is that not all compounds are able to bind to proteins. So only certain compounds are able to bind to proteins. So you want to find those proteins that are druggable, okay, that can be bound by compounds. So in this VCM model, instead of using max key, we use ECFP4, extended connective fingerprint. So previously, you only can know whether those 512 substructure is available or not. Okay, so basically, you might miss out on certain substructure. But with ECFP4, it encodes every possible substructure in your compound. So it's much more inclusive. But having said that, one fingerprint doesn't work in all cases. So you have to see in that case, would it work? Would max key work best, or would ECFP work better? Okay. So because in this case, we included the protein structure, so those protein structure are first aligned, and then we can calculate the similarity or dissimilarity between the protein structure. So in this case, instead of using a random forest, we use a Poisson-Rosenblatt windows. And again, we retain that cross-validation and also external validation as well. Right. So how do you incorporate AI, or in our case, the specific AI that we built is called target prediction. So how do you incorporate that in your workflow? So I phrase it as atypical workflow because it depends on the prerogative of the researcher. So in my case, 95% of the time, target prediction is used first. So we have those compounds of interest, and we use target prediction to predict which protein it may bind to, and then send it to the lab, either in vitro or in vivo. So once that has been confirmed, then we use molecular modeling or homology modeling to figure out which substructure of the compounds binds to what part or which amino acid of the protein. Okay, so after that, we consolidate the results and come up with certain hypotheses. In some cases, molecular docking comes second. So in those cases, sometimes I have collaborators who want additional additional insurance policy before they go into the lab. So we do target prediction, we do molecular docking to confirm target prediction, then they go into the lab to test the compounds. Right, so in the next slides, I'm going to take you into the journey that I've gone through in the past just over 10 years. So you will see the journey. So in the beginning, what we only did was use the target prediction. We didn't incorporate any in vivo and also molecular docking as well. And as we progress, our method also progresses. So this is the first paper that I ever wrote. So this was exactly 10 years ago, rationalizing the mode of action of Ayurvedic and traditional Chinese medicine. So in this case, we only use target prediction, which was acceptable at that time. But if you were to if I were to send this paper again right now, it would be rejected because they would require additional in vitro and also in vivo validation as well. But at that time, because the method is relatively new, it was not an issue. Okay. So in this study, what we did was we took certain compounds from traditional Chinese medicine and also Ayurvedic medicine. We ran it through the target prediction, and based on the targets that were predicted, we connected with the information that is already available in the literature. So for example, Tjandrawinata RE here. So the 2 glucose transporter was predicted. So we were able to connect the predicted targets to the information that was available at that time, that Tjandrawinata RE causes hypoglycemic effect. So I would like to also add that our target prediction does not tell you whether it's an agonist or antagonist. It just tells you that it interacts with the protein targets. Okay. So in our next stage of our journey, then we start incorporating our own in vitro and or in vivo studies. So this paper, Polyphenols of Cassia orchelata, we incorporated animal studies in the prediction. So what happens in the study was we were given 10 polyphenols that were identified previously. So these polyphenols include quercetin, catechin, lutein, chrysin, etc. So we ran it through the target prediction. So this was the top 20 normalized predicted target that were generated for the 10 compounds. So the one that we were interested was this one, PTPT and PTPN1, PKC alpha, P13K, as well as AKT2. Okay, so those were the ones that kind of caught the eye of my collaborators. So I only do the target prediction and then I hand it over to my collaborators to do the lab work. Oops. Right, so these were the results of the in vivo studies. So in terms of glucoparameters, what we found was those 10 polyphenols reduces glucose level and also glycosylated hemoglobin, but it increases the level of insulin and also C-peptide, which is what you would want. In terms of genes regulating insulin signaling pathways, several of those genes were upregulated, which includes the GLUT4, GLUT2, IRS, and also AKT. So G6PC and also PKC1 was downregulated. So in terms of inflammatory mediators, there was a downregulation of all inflammatory mediators, but PPAR gamma was upregulated, which is also what you want in the case of diabetes. So based on our result of the in silico target prediction and also the in vivo result, we hypothesized that first, Cassia auriculata enhanced glucose uptake and transportation via the insulin signaling pathway. So under normal circumstances, when insulin binds to the receptor, it will cause the phosphorylation of IRS, which then upregulate PI3K, consequently AK2, which then upregulates the expression of GLUT2 and GLUT4, increasing the transport of your glucose. So in our case, AKT and PI3K was predicted by the target prediction, and also the expression of IRS, AKT, and also GLUT2 and GLUT4 were upregulated. So that's how we came up with the hypothesis. Our second hypothesis is that Cassia also stimulates the PPAR gamma signaling pathway. So under normal circumstances, PPAR gamma the expression of PPAR gamma will block NF-kappa beta and also free fatty acid. So if you were to activate these two, NF-kappa beta and also free fatty acid, it would increase the expression of pro-inflammatory cytokines. And those pro-inflammatory cytokines will block the phosphorylation of IRS and will block the transport of your glucose. So in our case, PPAR gamma was predicted by the target prediction. It was predicted, but it was not in the top 20. So it was predicted to be active, but we added an additional filter. So in terms of inflammatory cytokines, the NF-kappa beta, interferon gamma, IL-6, and TNF-alpha was downregulated in the animal studies. Right, and then our last hypothesis is that Cassia auriculata regulate gluconeogenesis and glycogenolysis. This is due to the downregulation of G6PC and PCK1 genes. So this would reduce the release of glucose, and also based on the activation of AKT. So AKT was predicted in both target prediction and also upregulated in vivo. So AKT also inhibits G6PC and also PCK1. Right, so then in our next stage of our journey, then we started incorporating molecular docking into the workflow. So this work was interesting because Prof Choi from Pyeongchang University in Korea contacted me when he read about the Cassia auriculata, and he sent his compounds, and I predicted the compounds for him. He did all the tests, and then we produced the paper. So Prof Choi and we have never met face to face, but through research, we were able to connect and produce several work together. So Cassia obtusifolia has a long history of use in traditional Chinese medicine. So these were the 4 compounds that Prof Choi sent to me: imodin, alatenin, alloimodin, and also questid. So these compounds, all 4 of them, have been reported to cause several activities, which include anti-Alzheimer's, anti-Parkinson's, anti-diabetic, and also neuroprotective activity. So once I ran the prediction for the compounds, so these were the results. So I sent it to Prof Choi, and the one that he was interested was the vasopressin, the serotonin, as well as the dopamine 3 receptor. So based on the result, these were the key findings. So the first one is that imodin and alatenin are dopamine 3 receptor agonists. So this was the in vitro result. So as you can see, imodin and alatenin produce an EC50 value. So imodin EC50 value is just over 20 micromolar. Alatenin produced an EC50 value of just over 50 micromolar. So then we did the molecular docking. So based on the molecular docking, Right. So this side here is the hydrogen bond, and the one on the right side is the hydrophobic bond. Okay, so based on the molecular docking, imodine formed 3 hydrogen bond with dopamine 3 receptor and several hydrophobic bonds. So this was the molecular docking result of L-theanine. So the docking score, binding energy, it's about the same. It has 1 extra hydrogen bond and several nonpolar interaction with dopamine 3 receptor. So then we try to connect the result of the in silico as well as the in vitro, as well as what's already been published. So dopamine, besides being related to our emotion, it also suppresses pro-inflammatory cytokines. And imodine and L-theanine have been shown to cause anti-inflammatory effect. So we hypothesize that this might be due to the agonistic activity at the dopamine 3 receptor. So our second key finding is that imodine and L-theanine are also vasopressin antagonists, vasopressin receptor antagonists. So this was the in vitro result. So both imodine and L-theanine produce an IC50 value of just above 10 micromolar. This was the molecular docking results of imodine. So it produced 4 hydrogen bond and about 6 hydrophobic interaction with vasopressin receptor. With L-theanine, it formed 5 hydrogen bond and 5 hydrophobic bond with vasopressin receptor. So imodine has been reported to inhibit platelet aggregation. And as we know, vasopressin receptor is responsible for vasoconstriction. So that is how we connect the activity of the known activity of imodine and then connect it to the result of the in vitro and also in silico result. Right. Then our last key observation is that L-theanine is a serotonin 1A receptor antagonist. Okay, so this is the in vitro result. So L-theanine produced an IC50 of just over 80 micromolar. And this is the result of the molecular docking. So it forms 1 hydrogen bond with cysteine and about 5 hydrophobic bond with the serotonin receptor. So L-theanine attenuates neuronal cell death, and the specific serotonin 1A has been associated with neuroinflammation. So that's how we connect the dots between our in silico result, in vitro result, and also what's already what other information that has been published. Right. So the key takeaways from the study is that, for compounds with this core structure to have an agonistic activity at dopamine 3 receptor as well as the vasopressin receptor, that should be in hydroxide at C1, C3, as well as C8. And if you are looking for an antagonistic activity at the serotonin 1A receptor, should be an additional hydroxide at C7 position here. Right. So as I mentioned, Prof. Choi and I, in the past 2-3 years, I should say, have published several works together that adapted that workflow. So I predict he would do the in vitro analysis, and then we use molecular docking to figure out which functional groups interact with which amino acid residue of the protein of interest. So in the past few minutes, I talked about how the target prediction has been used to decipher the mechanism of action of natural product compounds. But what about toxicity? So as I think I mentioned, this paper was just published. So we were invited to write for a special issue. Specifically, we were asked to write about in silico and traditional medicine. So we were looking for things, what to write about. So what we found was that there were not a lot of studies that look at the toxicity using in silico methods, toxicity of the traditional compounds. So we wrote about it. And although toxicity and mechanism of action are basically different sides of the same coins, the mechanism of action is much more covered compared to the toxicity. So we do highlight that, we highlighted in the paper, besides reviewing the different methods that has been used for in silico toxicity, we also highlighted that a lot more should be done because toxicity is an issue in terms of the acceptance of traditional medicine. We also suggest that besides using structure, that maybe we could also look at social media or other type of data as well, not to limit ourselves to structural data. The previous pandemic, the COVID pandemic, has definitely opened up the creativity in terms of what we can do with AI. So during the COVID, all this data are being available, all this algorithm software will be available so that we can, everyone who is interested can use them. And one of the things that they did was to monitor social media posts to understand the spread of the disease. So I suggested that maybe we could also use social media posts or any other types outside of the structured data and speed up the studies speed up the toxic studies of traditional medicine. Right, so what are the challenges of using AI for natural products? So it's actually data. Data is the very essence of AI, but it is also one of the crucial limitation of AI. So in terms of the realm of natural products, unfortunately, there are more data on synthetic compounds compared to natural products. So when you're constructing a model, you want to compare oranges with oranges. So in an ideal world, we would create a model that contains natural product compounds, and then so that we can predict activity for natural product compounds. But unfortunately, in the real world, there are more synthetic compounds than natural product compounds. Having said that, the algorithm that is available is still sophisticated enough that it can extrapolate the properties of synthetic and also natural products. And I suspect as all these algorithms are getting much more sophisticated, this would not be an issue in the future. However, whenever we do all this modeling, we always have to produce basically mention that there is a limitation. The chemical space covered by synthetic compounds may not overlap completely with natural products. Okay. Right, so what about the future? So again, I use Adobe Firefly to create this figure. So basically, I entered green chemistry and sustainability. Not sure if it actually portrays green chemistry and sustainability, but it just goes to show that both sides, the human side and also the computational side, needs to work a bit more to further improve. So when I talk personally, what I think in the future we should think about is sustainability and also green chemistry. So once we have all the information or sufficient information on the activity of those natural products, what they do inside our body, then we can move to the next step to start designing those compounds. Okay? So when we talk about designing, we also have to talk about green chemistry and sustainability. So in our lab, what we are currently working on is to come up with a prediction model that predicts retrosynthesis. So we give the model a compound, then it will predict the route of synthesis. But to take that step even further, what we want to do is not just to come up with the route of synthesis, but also come up with the route of synthesis that adheres to green chemistry. Okay, so it would penalize the route of synthesis that does not adhere. So maybe that route of synthesis uses toxic reagent or use high temperature, so it would penalize that. So what we want to do is to start synthesizing and also designing designing compounds that is also sustainable. Okay? So that is what I think personally as the future outlook. We start to understand, design, and then design that in a more responsible way. Right. So before I finish, I would just like to thank a few of my collaborators, Dr. Sini Matthew from Calgary, Professor Choi from Pukyong National University, my former supervisor, Dr. Bender, and also my 3 students who are involved in the work that we are doing, Zafira, Hadiyah, and also Intan. I would also like to thank UiTM and also the Ministry of Education of Malaysia for providing us with a grant so that we can conduct the research. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes. Professor Fazlin has already delivered very beautiful talks, wonderful and really insightful of using the artificial intelligence for the wellness of human beings. So now let's start our Q&A session here. If anyone has any question and would like to talk in person with Professor Fazlin, it's really welcome. And before that, I also probably because there's already some questions in the chat box. Sorry, Professor Fazlin. So does my voice sound clear there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for this. I forgot to put on my microphone. So yes, if anyone has any question and would like to talk in person with Professor Fazlin, could you please just click the raise hand tab under the Zoom bar. And before that, I also would like to mention some questions here. We got several, but it's two questions for Professor Fazlin. So from Isna Mulyani, the first question is how to determine the target protein when we do not know the mechanism of action of the drug candidate compounds. And the second one, can molecular docking predict the mechanism of action of the compound, especially for protein agonists or antagonists? And also, does it only show the ability to bind to the target protein? Yes.
Great, thank you for the question. So the first question, how do you determine the target protein when you don't know the mechanism of action? So basically, what you do is you collect data from those compounds that you already know. Okay? So you collect compounds that you already know that compound binds to a certain protein receptor that you are interested in. Usually we put a cutoff. How do we know that it interacts? So we put a cutoff, for example, IC50, maybe below 10, we consider of active. If it's above 100, we don't consider that as inactive. So we build from that information, from that knowledge. So the target prediction first maps for that protein receptor, what substructure is important for binding or for activity. So when you have a new drug candidate, it will in a way match up. How similar is that drug candidate with the structure of those compounds that are known to bind or to be active against those proteins receptor? If it's highly similar, so most likely it will bind to the receptor. If it's not, most likely it would not. So in MedChem, there's a principle: similar compounds tend to have similar activity. So we kind of adapt that principle, that similarity principle. But of course, similarity means different things to different people. So for example, if you were to put orange and apples, some people would say that it's similar based on the fact that both are fruits, but some would say it's dissimilar because of the color is different. So, but basically what we do is we build on the knowledge that is already available, and then we extrapolate that with the new compound. So the second one, can molecular docking predict the mechanism of action, agonist or antagonist? Does it only show the ability to bind? It shows the ability to bind. It doesn't show if for that agonist or antagonist, homology modeling would be a better way to do it. So molecular docking, it will show how the compound orientates around the protein structure, and then which functional group of the compound binds to which amino acid of the protein structure. But it doesn't tell you agonist or antagonist. Homology modeling would be a better way to do it.
Okay, I think that's already answered the question. Oh, something just popped up here. And the next question from Navista Sri Okta. Okay, thank you for your great presentation. And the first question is, could you clarify again in PCM modeling as input data, it needs complex or experimental three-dimensional structure or else? And the second one, why in PCM using ECFP for fingerprint? I think this is one type of fingerprints. I think the questioner just the new before this. So, and then the third one, in amodine and alaternin case, is there any correlation docking score versus the EC50 since you tested them experimentally?
Yes, right. Thank you.
Yes.
So do you need complex or experimental? Actually, we only use 2D. So far, we haven't used 3D, but 2D is much more computationally, it doesn't require a lot of computational power, but it still is efficient and also accurate. So you can use 2D or 3D as well if you prefer. It depends on, first of all, the computational power that you have in your lab. And if for a certain protein receptors, maybe substructure may not be the best way to view binding. Maybe it's some other, maybe 3D way to observe it. So that's, yeah, it's up to you. I prefer 2D because of the less computational power and it's still accurate. So why did I use ECFP4 fingerprint? Most of the time I use ECFP4 because I like that it would encode all the substructure. So max key, only those 512. So you tend to miss out a lot. But surprisingly, during that ligand-based modeling, when we compare ECFP4 and max key performed better than ECFP4. But I would say 95% of the time I use ECFP4. There's also a few papers that has been published that shows that ECFP4 seems to correlate better with bioactivity compared to other fingerprints. But again, every situation is different. So you have to look at the situation. It would be good to compare as well when you do your prediction model. So in imodine, and is there any correlation? We not sure. There wasn't a clear correlation, I would say. But this issue that you brought up is also quite interesting because in several of our studies, we found out that IC50 or EC50 does not necessarily correlate with docking score. We got that with our own result. We also did a systematic review on base 1 enzyme. So we looked at their IC50 value and also the docking. Again, it doesn't necessarily correlate. We don't know why yet, but yeah, it has definitely popped up recently.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Fazlin. And apparently I also received some messages here from my colleagues here, and then because they watch your presentation through YouTube, so yeah, they're not able to drop the question here. So the first question is about what are the importance of the in silico studies in the discovery of potential natural products? Yep. And then the second one, how do you correlate the molecular docking results with the in vitro results in your study? And did you do also the in vivo studies after that? That's all. Yeah.
So I think the first one is how to use in development of new natural products, I think. So how do you, so there's different ways to use it. The screening is one of the ways. So let's say like in our case, those compounds are of interest to certain people, so they send it to us and we use that to figure out which protein targets it works. The second next step is you can also design as well. So you have a protein of interest, you kind of figure out a starting point, and you can now add up and then do kind of a simulation to see if it works. There was an article recently about the use of AI in drug discovery, and they were showing that I think about 15 drugs that were designed by AI is already in clinical trials. So yeah, in the first few slides, I showed you that the kind of like a circle of where things are in drug discovery. So I would say definitely screening is mainly where in silico is in the drug discovery process. And then the next part is the designing part. So you have you know you have enough data, you have your protein, then you can start designing kind of new compounds. What was the second question?
Okay, sorry. So the second one is how do you correlate the molecular docking results with the in vitro and in vivo, probably in your in vivo studies in your study? Yeah.
So in the in vitro or in vivo, so once the IC50 value has been established or gene expression, those has been established, then we use molecular docking to confirm, or basically to go to a further step to figure out which part of the functional group actually interacts with the amino acid residue. So what molecular docking will produce is that binding energy. So the lower the binding energy, the better. So if your binding energy is high, so if it's not in the negative, then most likely it doesn't bind to the protein receptor. So if it's low, then it's more likely to bind. We never put kind of a cutoff of what we think, what the value, if it's certain value that is definitely will bind. But when we recently submitted a paper to a journal, one of the feedback was that if it's around -6 to -7, then they would consider it as strong. If it's around -4 or above that, they won't consider it as strong binding. So that's how you correlate between in vitro, in vivo, as well as molecular docking. What was the last question? Sorry.
Actually, those colleges just asked those questions, Professor Fazlin. So, but I also wondering something here, Prof, about the ligand-based prediction model that you developed in your lab. So what's the external validation you make, and what is the 5-course validation that you mentioned in your slide before? Yeah, I'm curious about that, the external validation kind of that, yes.
So the 5-fold cross validation is when you test your model so that it can develop that functional relationship between structure and activity. So basically 5-fold is when you divide your data set into 5. So you train using the 4 and you test using the 1, and then it will continue until all 4 has been used as the test set. So in the external validation, we use data that we didn't use to collect. So for example, if we collect our data from Campbell database or PubChem database, then we would use another database to test it on. So basically, your model has not seen those compounds before, so it's not in the training part. It has not seen it before, so that would determine whether your model is good or not. So usually, external validation, the result is slightly lower than in the internal validation, because internal, your model has seen it before, but your external, it has never seen it before.
Okay, many thanks for your answers. I think I really need to take a look on that. I mean, yeah, because that's really deep learning. What do you call that with? Networking analysis. Yeah, things like that. Because yeah, that's also quite new things for me. Yeah, but anyway, that's really insightful talks and answers. And okay, I will open again maybe if there is any question from the audience. Yeah, nobody? Okay, I think that's really answering all of the questions that we have. And okay, before we close this session, Prof, we would like to give some like the certificate. Oh, okay. Stop screen first. Yes. Yeah, like the certificate of the appreciation for your attendance and also participation in our first international seminar today. And this is it. Yes. So many thanks. Yeah, many thanks for Professor Fazlin Fauzi from UITM. It's really great pleasure for me to moderate your talks today. And I'm really hoping that I can meet you in person in the next time. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, give big applause for her. Yes. Okay, because my session with Professor Fazlin already over, so I would return it back to the MC, Joya and Petra. Could you please come in? Thank you very much. I'm Atika, signing off. Bye.
And Mrs. Atika for bringing us to a very productive discussion. I personally believe that we had a really interactive one, and that was really great and interesting talk. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now completed the second session of presentation, and we hope you have found them informative and engaging. However, we understand that this session can be quite intensive, and it's time for a well-deserved break.
Hadirin sekalian, agenda kedua dari pemateri telah selesai, dan kami berharap hadirin mendapatkan informasi yang menarik. Agenda yang selanjutnya adalah isoma.
We will now take a few time for you to relax, stretch your legs, and review until 12 a.m.
Istirahat akan dilaksanakan sampai dengan pukul 12 siang waktu Indonesia bagian Barat, agar hadirin dapat beristirahat, sholat, dan makan.
Please ensure you return on time as we will be starting again promptly at 12 a.m. We still have more session to go and we don't want you to miss any part of it.
Dimohon kepada hadirin untuk dapat kembali tepat waktu karena kami akan segera memulai acara kembali dikarenakan masih terdapat agenda berikutnya. Diharapkan hadirin tidak melewatkannya.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to the web of Sinacon 2023 for see the poster that we have been shared. You can go to the web of Sinacon 2023 to see the poster clearly.
Sembari menikmati waktu istirahat, hadirin dapat melihat karya poster melalui website resmi Sinacon 2023.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our Zoom at 12 a.m. Thank you.
Para hadirin dapat kembali ke ruangan Zoom pada pukul 12 siang waktu Indonesia bagian Barat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your break and see you back here in a few time. Thank you.
Dipersilahkan kepada hadirin untuk melakukan istirahat dan sampai berjumpa kembali. Terima kasih.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our session. I had you have a refreshing break. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our next speech agenda. It's talk about research and development of purple short tea as a functional supplement for commercial application. So, our topic today will talk with Associate Professor Chang, Doctor of Philosophy from Yuanpey University, Taiwan.
Hadirin sekalian, kini kita telah sampai pada pemateri kita berikutnya mengenai penelitian dan pengembangan teh pucuk ungu sebagai suplemen fungsional untuk aplikasi komersial dari Associate Professor Chang, Doctor of Philosophy, Universitas Yuanpey, Taiwan.
Before we talk about this session, let's see the sponsorship that we have been reached now. So for the video, please.
ITS Science Indonesia is one of business division under ITS Group with headquarters located in Singapore. ITS Science Indonesia offers various analytical instruments for laboratory, medical instruments, and laboratory furniture. For more than 40 years, ITS is moving forward with a vision to make an impact in the industry they serve and a mission to serve better. ITS has core values to put professionalism, partnerships, and performance forward. ITS Group is providing its services around Southeast Asia countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia. In Indonesia, ITS Science has 2 offices, located in Jakarta and Surabaya. Inside ITS Science Indonesia office, there are facilities to support the work such as training room, and demo lab. ITS Science Indonesia also actively create or participate in various events such as webinars, seminars, product training, and exhibitions. Here are some brands that ITS Science Indonesia distributing. Products that distributed are from top and reputable brands worldwide. For herbal medicine testing, we support laboratory instruments such as UV spectrophotometry, for antioxidant testing with DPPH method, total phenol testing, flavonoid, and saponin. Rotary evaporator for extraction method, separation, and concentrating. Multi-mode reader for ELISA testing, efficacy testing, and colorimetry testing. We are also proud to serve the needs of our customers, from governments, hospital, industrial, to universities. If you need help for your laboratory needs, contact us. ITS Science Indonesia, bridging science, inspiring possibilities.
Skincare lebih maksimal loh pakai sunscreen.
Cuma kalau bikin nggak nyaman, nggak deh.
Kalau kita pakai yang ini, sunscreen nomor 1 di Indonesia. Teksturnya ringan, cepat meresap. Wardo UV Shield Essential Sunscreen Gel dengan SPF 30 PA+++, zero alkohol, dan kaya akan vitamin.
Kamu pakai sunscreen di rumah?
Iya dong. Bukan cuma UV yang nggak baik, blue light juga loh. So, let's shield up the game. Wardo UV Shield, hadang UV dan blue light.
ITS Science Indonesia is one of business division under ITS Group with headquarters located in Singapore. ITS Science Indonesia offers various analytical instruments for laboratory, medical instruments, and laboratory furniture. For more than 40 years, ITS is moving forward with a vision to make an impact in the industry they serve and a mission to serve better. ITS has core values to put professionalism, partnerships, and performance forward. ITS Group is providing its services around Southeast Asia countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia. In Indonesia, ITS Science has 2 offices, located in Jakarta and Surabaya. Inside ITS Science Indonesia office, there are facilities to support the work such as training room, and demo lab. ITS Science Indonesia also actively create or participate in various events such as webinars, seminars, product training, and exhibitions. Here are some brands that ITS Science Indonesia distributing. Products that distributed are from top and reputable brands worldwide. For herbal medicine testing, we support laboratory instruments such as UV spectrophotometry, for antioxidant testing with DPPH method, total phenol testing, flavonoid, and saponin. Rotary evaporator for extraction method, separation, and concentrating. Multi-mode reader for ELISA testing, efficacy testing, and colorimetry testing. We are also proud to serve the needs of our customers, from governments, hospital, industrial, to universities. If you need help for your laboratory needs, contact us. ITS Science Indonesia, bridging science, inspiring possibilities.
Skincare lebih maksimal loh pakai sunscreen.
Cuma kalau bikin nggak nyaman, enggak deh.
Kalau kita pakai yang ini, sunscreen nomor 1 di Indonesia. Teksturnya ringan, cepat meresap. Wardah UV Shield Essential Sunscreen Gel dengan SPF 30 PA++, zero alkohol, dan kaya akan vitamin.
Kamu pakai sunscreen di rumah?
Ya iya dong. Bukan cuma UV yang nggak baik, blue light juga loh. So, let's shield up the game. Wardah UV Shield, hadang UV dan blue light.
That's all our entertain while waiting you to return in this room. I would like to say thank you for all of you to return back here on time. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now we have come to our next speech agenda. It's talk about research and development of purple shoot tea as a functional supplement for commercial application. And our topic is talk about Associate Professor Chang, Doctor of Philosophy from Yuanpey University, Taiwan.
Hadirin sekalian, terima kasih telah hadir tepat waktu. Acara kami lanjutkan. Kini kita telah sampai pada pemateri kita berikutnya mengenai penelitian dan pengembangan teh pucuk ungu sebagai suplemen fungsional untuk aplikasi komersial dari Associate Professor Chang, Doctor of Philosophy dari Universitas Yuanpey, Taiwan.
All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Bayu Trimurti, Bachelor of Pharmacy, Master Applied Science, and Doctor Philosophy.
Presentasi dan diskusi akan dimoderatori oleh moderator kami, Bapak Bayu.
Before we started, allow me to read his short bio. Dr. Bayu Trimurti received his bachelor's in pharmacy from Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Jember, Indonesia, 2013. He then pursued his master's degree in Durban University of Technology, South Africa, focusing on Alzheimer's biosensor and computational modeling. During his master's, he was a recipient of Dunn's Merit Award for Academic Excellence at the 2017 graduation ceremony for being the best cum laude student in the Master of Applied Science in Chemistry. Dr. Bayu recently received a Doctor of Philosophy degree from the Graduate Institute of Biomedical Materials and Tissue Engineering, or GIBMTE, College of Biomedical Engineering, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, with summa cum laude at 2023. He is an active reader and author of papers in some high-impact journals and book captures, including Advanced Science, or Relay, Chemical Engineering Journal, or Elsevier, Scientific Reports, or Springer Nature, RSC, Advanced, or Royal Society Chemistry, and etc. He is currently a faculty member at STIFAR Semarang, and his current research concentrates on the development of low-dimensional nanomaterials based on biosensor for the detection of neurological and cancer biomarkers. Now, I would like to turn to Bayu Trimurti, Bachelor of Pharmacy, Master of Applied Science in Chemistry. Time is yours.
Acara selanjutnya kami serahkan kepada moderator kami, Bapak Bayu, kami persilahkan.
Okay, well, thank you. First of all, I would like to check my voice, whether it's clear enough or not.
Good. Sounds really good.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. All right, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. Good day, Prof. Aaron Chang. And how are you, Prof?
Good, very good. It's very nice to have you today.
Sure. Thank you, Prof. Likewise. And then 你好吗, Chang Lao Sir?
我很好，谢谢。
Thank you. All right. And yeah, and also I also thanks to the MC, Michael, and also Joya for the nice introductions. And it is my great honor to be the moderator for the next talk. And I would also inform just briefly that the presentation will take place approximately 45 minutes, and it will be followed by the around half an hour question and also answer. And then in the very near time, we will join an exciting talk entitled Research and Development of Purple Shoot Tea as a Functional Supplement for Commercial Application, which would be given by our distinguished speaker this afternoon, Prof. Aaron Chang. And before that, I'd like to read a brief introduction and also CV of our speaker. So Dr. Chang, aka Aaron H. Chang, is currently an associate professor at Yuanpey University of Medical Technology, or YUMT, in Taiwan. Prior to his appointment in the Faculty of Department of Biotechnology and Pharmaceutical Technology, He was a senior researcher in the Division of Biotechnology, Taiwan Agricultural Research Institute, or TARI. After Dr. Chang completed his dissertation in the Ohio State University, relocation due to his advisor's new appointment, he received his PhD in plant physiology back in Colorado State University and published a paper in plant physiology. His postdoc trainings were in Academia Sinica, Taiwan, as well as in the Department of Biology, Washington University, in the St. Louis, Missouri. And his work focuses specifically but not limited to plant science. His publications can be found in Transgenic Research, Plant Cell Reports, Journal of Plant Physiology and Biochemistry. Also, Journal of Phytopathology, European Journal of Plant Pathology, Inflammation, and also Molecules. He's also an active reviewer at the moment for some prestigious journals. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me to welcome Prof. Hsing Chang.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Mayu Trimuti. Thank you for your kindly introduction for all this for me.
Welcome.
Moderating. Yeah, you have a better list for me. I saw the keywords summa cum laude with people. I would like to really pay respect to that. If you graduate with a summa cum laude, that's you are academically you are excellent. Okay, so today we have excellent people and moderating this section. I'm such an honor. Thank you very much. And thank you for this Sinacon 2023 invite me. So I'll be part of this conference. I'm very happy for that. And so let's get started. So dear special guests and participants, teachers from school and students, and good afternoon, everybody. And today I'm going to talk about my topic, which is the research and development of purple teeth as functional supplements for commercial application. Let me share that with you in a moment. Ready? Can anybody see that? Work out very well?
Yes, Prof. Yeah, it's
okay.
very clear.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Well, first of all, before I get started, you guys just took a break from lunch and might be sleepy. So I try today not to do too much academic wise and do kind of doing paper research and for paper oriented. I try more in like a educational purpose and giving you different aspects for students, like less academic wise and not making drugs or kind of because making things for medical use, drugs deliver or something like that, that would take many years to come. So I try to do it in an easy way. So today I'm focused on functional supplement, which is a replacement for daily food. This might be easier to become like a product. So why my topic, get back to this, is we shooting for functional supplement and for commercial application. So when we do, speaking of the commercial application, which means we are going to make a product. So later on, I'm going to tell you how we do from doing some research. Then later on, we do some experiment in university. Our university is not a very big university, and somehow we try to manage all those requirements to meet the requirements. Then we have the results academic-wise, and we prove it's effective. Then we turn it into commercial products. Okay, I'm going to go through that. Okay, so today I would like to more like tell you this project we have basically undergrad students get involved. Okay, so students here today, I just want to tell you everything you learned from your school. They are very important because later on they are your weapons or your arms to cope with the real world, and you can, by those studies, you can really create many things. So they are trying to stick with the easier side, and you can see you can make it happen. Okay, so pretty much I'm going to introduce some working model. Okay, so this is pretty much the strategies we stick with. So so we will start with the plain material and kind of purpose UT. And when we talk about the purpose UT, previously the people did ask me to do something about Juma, but I'm not quite familiar with Juma, so I just feel like, oh, could I do something else other than this? And they say, okay, if you're doing something which is kind of related, it's okay. So I just say, oh, why not we do the purpose UT? From this side, what we're really looking for making into products, there are many things, active gradient from nature occurring from plants, especially plant material. What I want to tell you, share with you is like, when we do our own research, we would probably think, oh, I like this, I want to do that. And I don't like this kind of plant, I don't want to do that. But when you deal with industrial, in the real world, those people, they might come to you and say, oh, I want you to do this, I want you to do that. So there are two ways, two directions for this. So if people give me different kind of plans, and we still can stick with this kind of working model, which we're showing on my screen. This is the strategy we have. So I will go through this, then tell you how we fit in this model. So if you have different plans, you could probably fit in this model and later on make it work. Okay. I also, one time I went to an activity in Malaysia, and the lady came to me, like, she said, oh, we are taking bitter melon for blah, 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 blah. I just feel like, bitter melon? Well, what will you do with that? And the lady told me like, oh, it's really good for your health. So I just have that kind of idea. So I just brought that back to Taiwan, and I talked to my leader. I say, why don't we try this out? And we did do some HPLC extraction, different extraction for that. Then we make it, and we prove it comes with some anti-inflammation. We do animal test, and we do many things, and we still have paper published on that. So what I'm trying to tell you is like, well, we have different kind of scenario in our real life, but this model could probably help you out. So please stick with me, okay? Okay, then first of all, these are common procedures we have been through, okay? The first one is we target plant material with demand. That's what I'm talking about, what they demand for, what they request for. And for those people, they ask, is pretty much functional food. What we face here in our reality is, of course, if we can make medical drug, that would be very helpful for human health. But sometimes it takes years. They have been through many stages, phases. So it might take 5 years, 10 years, 20 years to accomplish. When we deal with the industrial people, they really don't have that time to wait for. They just want to see the cash, I'm sorry. So they just want to make things something easy, quick and easy. So what we do here is like, we try to do the following things, like we just make chemical analysis, like you bring up a plant, like a tea. What's the active gradient in the plants? Okay, what are those? Are they still there? And after the processing, okay, we might have different way to process this material. After processing, are these active gradients still there or not? Okay, then after that, we have functional study to see whether the function we shoot for, are they still working there? Like I pretty much narrow down to 2 functions we shooting for nowadays. One is anti-oxidation. The other one is anti-inflammation. These 2, because it's so widely argued many things. And these 2 are part of those big factors influence our disease, our life. Okay. Okay, so functional analysis, I'm going to introduce that a little bit. And after that, we will do cell level, use cell model to test for that. For example, if this purpose UT, if my client or the industry ask me like, oh, Dr. Chen, will you test for a tea? Because they say the tea can, can do weight control or lose weight. If I have the case on this for the cell experiment, what will you think in our body? Which part of our body or a cell will accumulate fats. Of course, liver. Okay, for in this case, if cell experiment, we will deal with the T he applied, and we work with human fat tissue to see how the, excuse me, not fat tissue, fat cells, to see how they accumulate fat or not. Okay, and if we work with some skincare kind of, we will do cell culture and human skin epithelial cell to test for that. So cell experiment is somehow we started with. Okay, and of course we also test for the toxicity. If that, you think, oh, this is good, but if that's toxic, we might not do any further step for doing that research, because if that's toxic, for example, you say, oh, that can cure cancer, or it can kill cancer cell or prevent cell proliferation, cancer cell, but it's toxic for the normal cell, then that product might not be a good candidate to work with. Okay, that's why we also concern on that. So we do cell experiment. Also, when we're speaking of toxicity, there's the idea like it's not the chemicals itself is toxic or not. It also refers to the concentration. It might work very well, helpful for human consumption in low concentration, but when it go up to a certain level, that would be toxic in many cases. Okay, we will see that before. Okay, so after prove to do cell experiment, that's kind of cool. Then we do animal trial. Okay, I saw the advertisement from your school. You got those mice, rats doing animal tests. We can also do that. Okay, then after that, sorry, I spent a little bit time on this slide because I need to explain this more, because this is the backbone of the whole talk. Okay, please bear with me. After doing animal, everything sounds good, sounds perfect. We are going to make a product, because if no matter how good the experimental results, or you can publish in a high impact paper or something like that, if we don't make it into the form of products, it might be really hard to deliver it to the people in real world. Those business people, they're really looking for products. I'll say, okay, so we make it into products. In our case, later I'm going to show you, we make it into chewable tablets. So the perpetuity, if you don't have time to drink it, you can just put a tablet. Actually, we make it into 3. Okay, you have to take 3 tablets. You just chew it down, like chewing gum, and you can just swallow it with a glass of water, and that will solve the problem. Okay, so we make that products, which is belong to our Department of Pharmaceutical Technology. We have the facility down there. Okay, we have people work on that, and after this product has been manufactured and produced there, we need to do human trial. Okay, and I'm lucky because my school is a medical-based technology school. We have those research aesthetic committee, which like you might familiar with REC, or some other people were familiar with IRB, which is also called Institutional Review Board, to review or approve our experiment on human trial. Okay, I think this is very important, because sometimes we do research, we just really think, so concentrate and just focus on thinking the way we think. If we have people from another side, they will probably give you some other idea. Okay, those bright points. For example, when we do the perpetuity products and we send for review, one of the committee members told me like, oh, Dr. Chen, I don't think this is a good idea, because my dose is kind of high dose for those people, because I want to see the good results, extremely powerful or something like that. And he just came out to me like, oh, even the perpetuity is considered to be food, daily life. It's not a toxic kind of things. But after you do concentrate it, you make into tablets, they swallow it. Have you ever thought of what's the concentration for caffeine? Okay, So pretty much we do research, we're just seeing those active gradients, they are good. We have this really in higher concentration, which is really good. But we might not notice that somehow we cooperate with something would be coming with side effect. So because of that, I just go like, oh, shit, I almost made some big mistake. So I just cut back those and into the staff level. We do human trial. Then after we do human trial, sometimes if you want to make it convincing, we would do that. We cooperate with hospital. So the hospital and physician in the hospital, doctors, they will review all these results. Okay, so later on, I'm going to speed up my talk a little bit faster so you won't sleep on me. Okay, so let's get started. Next one. Okay, let's get back to functional food, So the functional food are foods, okay, food products that have been developed and modified to provide additional health benefit. Okay, we're looking for the health benefit beyond their basic nutritional value. All right, and the second of that is this food contains bioactive compounds, which means bioactive is for us, okay, that may have positive effect, what I say is positive effect on human health when consumed as part of or other than a regular diet. And the last one is, just give you some, for example, people say, oh, how about those fruits with cover, that's good for your health? Well, that's pretty much true. That if those fruits or vegetables with colors, that might contain some of the, what we say, the second metabolites of plants. For example, let's say tomato. Some people say, oh, tomato, that's good because color, blah, blah, blah. And what I'm saying is like, a tomato, with high level of lycopersicon. Okay, lycopersicon is considered to be a very bioactive gradient, and it was medically proved that it can be very helpful for diabetes 2, type 2 diabetes. Okay, that's one of those cases. Okay, and some of those kind of wine, grapefruits, they have those anthocyanidins, which can help vascular problem. Okay, so I'm here talking about their function, especially shooting for antioxidant-rich fruits and vegetables are believed to have protective effects. Okay, we probably just say protective, not really cure the problem, but can be protective effect against oxidative stress, inflammation, and many chronic disease. And next slide, I'm going to tell you, because of these two troublesome situations like oxidative stress and inflammation, it can result bad health condition. I mean, not just some part of your body, it's whole body kind of. Okay, let me show you this one. So actually, because of oxidation and inflammation will lead to the following problems in our life. The first one is cancer. If you are interested, you can check those references. Cancer. Number 2 is heart disease. Okay, the third one will be the blood pressure, blood lipid, or you like to say blood fat, and other with cardiovascular disease. Okay, and then the next one will be diabetes, as I mentioned before, and also skin aging. Okay, so anyway, I point out this skin aging is like, we really can do different kind of research for that. And for, okay, let me jump back a little bit. The first one is the cancer. I don't know whether you can see my point here. The cancer, we did some research on that, but we x-ray not purple shooty. We x-ray from a tree flower, and people will say, oh, that's good for cancer. And, from our side, we are academic trained, in the university, we like to prove it. So we use, do x-ray, and we grow the colon cancer cell, human colon cancer cell, and we test for that. And sure, it kills the cancer cell, but didn't kill the normal cell. And that way we also published in another paper. So what I'm saying is like, there are so many different functions this plant extraction from nature could really help alleviate human problem, health problem. Okay, we couldn't say 100%, but that's helpful. Okay, let's get back to our skin agent. We do some X-ray from rice before, and we do human cell culture. We prove that's good, and we patent that, and it came out to be a commercialized. We put all those pads. The ladies, they want to cover their face with those masks to keep their face beautiful, kind of. We also have that kind of product before. Okay, and the next one is depression and anxiety. You might feel like, oh, what is this about the depression and anxiety for this oxidation and inflammation problem? What I'm saying is that these two is kind of chronic, and it's really bad reaction everywhere in your body, not just in your stomach, in your head, it's everywhere. So there's a research previous published from Taiwan, where is that? Academia Sinacon. There's a team, they especially focusing on those people, they're losing their memory. When we get aged, we tend to lose memory, a kind of, oh, where's my mobile phone? Where's my pen? Where's that? They prove that because that's oxidation problem and inflammation problem, because these kind of things, they damage the signal sending between neuron because of this. So this kind of single chemical reaction like oxidation that will influence body-wide. Okay, so I'm trying to mention that if you are interested, you can check those papers that it's available online. Okay, the last one is obesity, which is nowadays we are tend to eating a lot of pizza, fried chicken, whatever. So kind of gain weight faster than before in this century. So a lot of people, they try to control their body weight and lose their weight. So this also due to the oxidation and inflammation. Okay, let's get to the next one. So I would like to give you some real published paper here. Like the first one, excuse me, let me get back. So the first one is the cancer prevention. Okay, and the for the second down here on the left is the diabetes. Okay, the upper right is different review, and for these mechanisms, kind of. And last one is aging and obesities. It's published everywhere. So try to narrow down our research in our team. We're just shooting for anti-inflammation and just anti-oxidation. Okay, and here are some other, oxidant and anti-inflammation effect of from the plant compounds. Okay, these are the paper, and this one is more like get into see the pathway. Well, actually, what I'm saying is like, we're doing research or this kind of project, we could do it for real industrial products for them. Meanwhile, in school, we could do deeper or boring study for that. So we also can check for the mechanism biochemically, or looking for molecular biology, those benchmarks to see how they really stop or do have the antioxidant effect. Okay, so for most of the case, in my case, I would like to share with you is like undergraduate students, they can attend those kind of chemical analysis, functional study, and cell culture. Okay, and while this kind of look into the mechanisms, I would have graduate student because it takes a longer time to do that. So it's a little bit technical demanding. So we also look into this kind of inflammation factors, like we use this row 264.7, this is cell from mouse, and we check for this IL-6, those factors, interleukin-6, interleukin-1 beta, TNF, like tumor necrotic factor alpha, these kind of things can make it academic-wise. Okay, and we also have a few papers published on that. But let's get back to my purple shooty today. we try to narrow down the compounds which we consider is bioactive. Just to make it simple and straightforward, so we focus on this. So phenols from tea leaves have been proven to have antioxidative effect for human. This is published, not my paper, some other people's paper. And based on the antioxidation, anti-inflammation, and the removal of free radical activities, okay, removal of free radical, these activities, polyphenols are able to cope with oxidation. So come up to the this function, antioxidation, or delay cell senescence, even prevent or slow down the process of cancer. And the next one is, we talk about polyphenol, and collagen is one of those big member in this family. So collagen, especially from tea, we can find a lot of this kind of compounds. So collagen belongs to polyphenol that are the nature occurs in many plant species such as tea. Okay, so sometimes what I'm saying is like drinking tea in our daily life, it's not just, solve your thirsty problem. Sometimes those water soluble active ingredient like this collagen can help you promoting your health. So drink tea, okay. So this is one of the major polyphenol in green tea, okay. So collagens exhibit antioxidation, anti-inflammation, and anti-cancer effect, as I previously showed you on the slide. So let's get to a little bit chemical kind of, okay, don't fall asleep, it's getting bored. Collagens, the most abundant and well-studied collagen in green tea. So today I try to tell you green tea, okay. So green tea is always good. But you will ask, hey, Dr. Chang, you just say you were going to talk about purple tea. Of course, that cardiva, okay, that species, that tree we call purple tea. But purple tea, we can make it into green tea or black tea. Okay, it doesn't matter. The tree is there. And we make green tea or black teas because of the processing, how we processing the leaf. If we get lighter fermentation, it's green tea. If we have deeper fermentation, it doesn't matter what kind of tea, it's going to make it become black tea. Okay, so later on, I'm going to show you, we are going to make a staple, like a standard green tea species in Taiwan number 12 tea, versus compare with our purple tea. Both tea, we make them into green tea and black tea to see, because for most of the story you heard from the other place, they will tell you, oh, drink green tea. That's right, because for most of the cases, green tea, they are lightly fermented, there is more active ingredient. But somehow, black tea also can help with less active ingredient, okay, for the same tea species. But later I'm going to prove you, because we have those numbers showing you like this particular purple shoe tea, we make it into black tea, still come with a lot of active ingredient to help antioxidation, anti-inflammation. So it's kind of better than the other tree species. And hopefully one day I can bring some to Indonesia. Make some hot tea there. Okay, let's get back to my talk. So collagen, okay, the most abundant and well-studied collagen in green tea. Okay, this name is long. Okay, you remember EGCG. If you have hard time to pronounce this epi, gallo, collagen, blah, blah, you just write down EGCG. This is a very big brother in this family, and a lot of not only the country like Taiwan or tea drinking countries, there are a lot of research in the United States of America. Some of the medical school, they did that. They prove EGCG can help many things. So if you were interested, you just write down this EGCG and you just look for that later. Okay, some other collagens common found in green tea also is the EC or epicollagen, gallate, ECG, and EGC. All these little guys, big guys, they help to make the green tea as a very good candidates for healthcare. Okay, and later on, I'm going to tell you, we also, when we do chemical analysis, we look into this kind of, we're talking in these chemicals. Okay, so well, that's if you work with some but how to say that with some plain material, first of all, you have to know what you're looking for. What's the function? The next one, you have to shooting for what kind of chemical. Okay, you're looking for there. So these are those components has been proved useful for health. So when we work with tea, we also shooting for these chemicals. Okay, just try to, stimulate your brain. These are all those chemical structure, and they different a little bit with their functional group with R group, OH group, H group. They vary a little bit, but somehow they share the some common function for human health. Okay, I'm not going to bombard you with all this kind of things. If we make it a little bit table for that, these are those kind of EGCG I mentioned before. So they have different functional group down there. So this, well, the conclusion is like these collagens, they have strong antioxidant activity. Okay, let's get to the function of that. So this is the review if you are interested in this, talking about the tea kind of things. I just grabbed this figure because I think it's kind of interesting. We talk about the EGCG in the center. The EGCG from the green tea with several functions. Do you see the first circle out of it? Antioxidant, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory effect. Okay, many things, anti-fibrosis. Okay, and today we pretty much just shoot for these two, as I mentioned previously, because as my school is a smaller university kind of, and we don't have quite a lot of facilities, so we just shoot from the very basic requirements. So we just shoot for antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effect for that. Okay, so let's get to today. Man, it's a long way to reach the purple shoe tea. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit about tea. So tea phenols can promote human health, and tea is the second most abundant or a consumed beverage in the world next to water, of course. And among tea leaves with different degree of fermentation I mentioned, green tea and black tea are the most popular. So it's kind of extreme. Well, actually, for making tea, they are white tea, green tea, yellow tea, kind of different degree of the fermentation. They are even more, we say, poor tea. They are even heavily fermented tea, which takes like 20, 30 years to get that. Okay, so different tea, they have different function. If you are interested, you're welcome to check for those. I'm not tea expert, I just drink tea for my thirsty anyway. Okay, here it shows some this tea kind of things and with the color. Okay, many papers here. I just summarized for you. Just read the middle sentences, okay? So polyphenolic compounds in tea, such as catechin, again, catechin, procyanidin, they are strong antioxidants. And through molecular mechanism, okay, we did that for graduate student, antioxidation and anti-inflammation, they can prevent cancer somehow. Heart and liver diseases, diabetes, obesity, for all these kind of things, and we mentioned before, even we did before something like the skin aging caused by ultraviolet. We have UVB and UVA, we test for that. We have human skin here. We grow, not really use my skin, okay, it's painful. We grow the cell and we use UVB and we drop different things to test for this unnatural occurring products where that help to prevent the damage from UV, and that works. So for example, if that's not to stimulate your skin, that could apply for you a cream. You can kind of protect your skin. Or if that's mild enough, we can make it into eye drops. Okay, we always think like, oh, when we expose to the UV, oh, that skin get dark. Will you ever notice that your eyes also receive a lot of UV, will damage your eyes? So if that you will make that into eye drop, that might be another product. Okay, just think about that. We have people try to do that. Okay. Then let's get back to the material. I think I have 15 more minutes to go. I have to rush up a little bit. Okay, so speaking of the purple shoe tea, actually this shoe tea number is 113. Okay, it's not very important, but I just want to mention. And this is produced, okay, or it's kind of created by the tea research extension in Taiwan. Okay, so it's the Yuchi branch and Council of Agriculture in Taiwan. So we deal with a lot of agriculture business. And this is the number 30. This is a hybrid from the big leaves cultivar imported originally from Myanmar. Then we have this breeding program with the red heart Ui tea, and we make a lot of clothes, and we screening. They did screen from this cultivars because it looks kind of purple. I don't know whether you can see from this picture. You can see the shoot. It's kind of purplish. Okay, it's a little bit different. For most of the tea, they give you not really white hair. It's kind of fresh green, a little bit lighter yellow, and this kind of glittery purple. Okay, so they come up with this name, purple shoot tea. Okay, and it's rich in anthocyanins, and the character of this tea makes it taste a little bit bitter. Okay, so we just try to, if we just take this as a recreation material, okay, I have to be honest with you. When the government, they produce this tea, they drink like, doesn't taste good. So I just be like, oh man, if it doesn't taste good, nobody's going to buy it. So what we shoot for is like, why don't we do some adding extra value for these products? So I just feel like, oh, probably we can make it as a health kind of things, health promoting tea. So that's why we tried to start this project a couple of years ago, and they just buy my stupid idea. And we just went through this 3 years, 4 years project. We just make from step by step, and later on we have it happen. It's kind of interesting. Okay. This is also by our group. Okay, we do the research about the purple shoot tea, and this give you some. So this is talking about the anthocyanidin. We proved that from this purple shoot tea. Okay, and we do those kind of what I said previously is the colon cancer. We did that with another team in our school. They do that to prove that's effective to prevent the colon cancer cell proliferation. We can test for that, use flow chart to see when the cell, they go through the cell cycle, which place we stop the cell division. Okay. Let's get into that. And measure, as I said previously, from the left side, you can see these other Taiwan tea, which is the standard kind of tea we use for a control group. And down here on the left, we have this purple shoot tea. Then we make it into two fermentation status. One is green tea, black tea, green tea, black tea for each tea. Okay, then we have the cold. So later on, this is abbreviation. Later on, I'll show you those figures. Remember it, don't forget. Okay, I try to scare you. This is TG, Taiwan tea, green. TB is Taiwan tea, black. Okay, green tea, black tea. And down here is purple, green tea, purple, black tea. Okay, try to make it simple and stupid. Okay, follow me. So down here you can see the figure. The pictures, this is green tea, this is purple tea. That's how they look like. Okay, let's get to here. If we see that the tea, after process, we dried it out and torture them. The Taiwan tea, TG, is the green tea. Okay, down here we have TB is the Taiwan tea black. So you can see it's less green. Okay, it's like a little bit black. So you see the tea, TG liquor, TB liquor. You see the same tea, different processing, different degree of fermentation. You have different tea. Okay, so up here, lighter one, green tea. Down here we have black tea. Okay, same apply to this purple shoot tea. Okay, so what we do this chemical analysis here is like we check for this total phenolic contents and total flavonoids and condensed staining, and check for those per anthocyanidin. And for testing for anti-oxidation. We have this experiment. Actually, we have a lot. I just try to make it easier for me to explain. So I just pick these two up: DPPH free radical scavenging and all free radical experiment to check for that. I also see your advertisement for your school. You have those kind of machine, which Fisher, they have this machine available in market. So I think probably your school have that. So it's kind of interesting to work with. So this is for antioxidation, for anti-inflammation. Today I'm going to cover the results of this et al., which is the free radical. Okay, let's go to the results really fast. So this is the data we have collected so far. This on the left you can see. This is the total phenolic, total flavonoid, condensed staining, proanthocyanidins. These are believed for those we targeting these kind of chemicals, which believe they are bioactive for this effect. So we have this tested. You can see from the left side, you can see TG, okay, Taiwan tea, green, Taiwan tea, black, and purple shoe tea, green and black. You can see some of this total phenol, okay, total flavonoid contents for this. And you can see even they make into black tea. You see, this is the TG and PG. Okay, TG is the standard Taiwan tea, PG is the purple. You see the purple tea with higher phenolic and higher flavonoid. And within the same tea species, like this is Taiwan tea, green tea and black tea, we want to show you different fermentation did influence the active gradient there. They are not disappear by any means, but they're just being converted to another compounds, which we are not quite familiar, or we haven't worked on that, but might be people with interest in that. They just convert into something else. For example, you see the total phenol is reduced by making into black tea, or the total flavonoid, condensed staining, or proanthocyanidin is less, but it's still there. So if you drink more, maybe we can still solve the problem. Okay. And this is the purple shoe tea. Same as I would like to say, we see the same one after deeper fermentation. We bring down those active gradients, but it's still there. And this just a quick look of the HPLC, how we test for this catechin and phenolic acid standards to see all these kind of things. Anyway, I just want to show you we did that. Okay, and this is okay. Here is this from this. We have this results shown here. The concentration or the contents of the catechin and phenolic acids, or they're included here. Okay, I just want to make it shoot quick and easy. Let me see. All this, you can see. Generally speaking, okay. Generally speaking, green tea, it doesn't matter which tea. Green tea is always higher than black tea for most of the cases. So if you choose to drink tea, well, green tea won't be a good way to go. But meanwhile, black tea is also a good, if you know, better than nothing. Okay, so speaking of this one, purple green tea was the highest level in many tested compounds. In these compounds, you can see the PG, they stand with the higher. I could remove the arrow for you. You can see this EGC, catechin, or EC, EGCG, ECG. All this purple shooty, the PG, they hit the highest level. So, this fit in the expectation. We try to tell people, purple shooty is not delicious, but it's very good for your health. So if you want health, you can still drink some purple tea. Okay, that's the way I talk to my government, and they just say, oh, that's a good idea. So they buy it. Okay, here is some other, you can see the upper level on the left. This is functional study. Okay, functional study, antioxidative effect. All this P here, you can see they have this effect. Okay, better than the control down here. Okay, well, catechin is the standard, the strongest one. So we compare with that one. And you can see the PG, TG, PB, TB, they are all there. Okay, so we prove it's effective there. And these are this another experiment for antioxidase effect for this scavs and already free radical. This is how they looks like. Okay. Okay, the next one. This is antioxidant. We try to summarize the previous data. Okay, those slides. So antioxidant activity results show purple shoe tea was better than Taiwan T12. Okay, the regular standard one we think is the best tea in Taiwan. And number two, green tea is always better than black tea. Okay, as we expected. Okay, so this is for antioxidant. And next one will be anti-implementation. I think I'm running out of my time. I have to speed out a little bit so you can see. You just trust me, it's work. I just don't have time to explain in detail. Okay. These are all statistical comparison that tell you it's effective in after making into tea. The purple shoe tea is still better than green tea. Okay, let's make it a real conclusion. Better finish this in 5 minutes. So conclusion. Well, actually, after conclusion, I still have many slides, so don't happy too early. Okay, conclusion two. One of two is that the content of tea polyphenol were previously correlated with the antioxidant capacity. Okay, between different tea variety like cauliflowers. Purple shoe tea exhibit higher level of total phenolic, total all these compounds compared with the standard. Okay, number two, between the same tea cultivar, like the same T12 or purple tea, green tea exhibit higher total phenol, blah, 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 all this as I mentioned before. And as the antioxidative effect, purple shoe tea exhibit better than Taiwan T12, so green tea is still better than black tea. Okay. Now, back to very beginning of probably the third or fourth slides, I told you we have to make it a product because for commercial use for those people, business people, industry people, they want to see something can be commercialized. So we try to make this chewable tea. Excuse me. So this is how we make it. We have this purple shoe tea powder. Okay, I think you guys are familiar with all this. Okay, so mix the powder, granular, blah, 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 and later on we make it into chewable tablets. We try to make it small for the very beginning, but in order to get to the results, it might take up to 3 grams. So you have to swallow like 20 of the little pills. We just say, oh, that's too much for people to carry in their daily life. And I just came like, why don't you make it like a chewable tablet? So you can make like 1 gram per tablets. And they just, oh, why don't we do that? Okay, well, actually we did this and we did apply for patent. We are patenting this one, chewing tea powder, not chewing gum, chewable tablets, and make it into, we are patented it. Okay, anyway, we make it, and this is the size dimension, 42 millimeter, 18 millimeter. It's kind of not very big, but it's still big. Okay, and this is we attend some invention exhibition, or we go out there and show people. And this is our team. I'm in the gray suit, and in the middle is our president of our school, which is the big leader, my boss for the team. And the 2 ladies, one is the graduate student. And okay, so that's pretty much my talk today. Okay, I think I pretty much stop on the time. And well, hopefully you are not going to bombard me many difficult problems and I how to solve. I'll try to solve all the problems or all the questions you'd like to ask me. It's pretty much, thank you very much for Dr. Murthy, for your host. And we'll see who is going to ask me tough question. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Chang, for the nice talk. And I believe because now we have over 500 participants, so I believe we will have some questions maybe about your talk.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That.
yeah, for the attendance, if you have any questions, just you can drop your questions into the chat room, or maybe you can also open your microphone in the Zoom applications. Do we have any questions here? All right. Now, one question pop up, Prof. So maybe I'm going to read the question first, and then later you can have the insight or maybe the answer about the question, Prof.
Okay.
All right.
Here's the
Yeah.
question.
So yes, the first one. Good afternoon, Prof. Many thanks for the great talks. May we know if there is an in vivo results on the difference between green tea and also purple tea?
Okay, in vivo. Actually, this project was originally designed for 4 years, and because of the government, they try to speed up both. They already want to spend less money, so we cut into 3 years. So for the last one, we didn't go through animal trial. We went directly to human trial. Okay, for the human, you're talking about the what's that? Between what kind of results? If you're talking about we test for the human, like we before the taking our chewable tablets, before and after, we do blood sampling. Okay, we pretty much have 20 people, volunteer people. They have mild obesity, or they have some chronic problem, high blood pressure, kind of mild. Okay, what I'm saying is, like, if they are mild, they are not under any medical treatment. Okay, we choose this population. If they are under medical treatment, that might disturb our results. So we collected probably like 20 to probably 25 people. We took their blood sample, and after they took our chewable tablets for like 30 days, because it's very time limited, we couldn't work like 2-3 months. And after months or so, we collect their blood sample, and in hospital, of course, we couldn't do it privately. And they have those blood assay and showing, like, I cannot say everybody, have the good results, but overall, for most of the people, like the middle age or for those seniors, their blood fat or bring down a little bit, but still not bring down all the way to the normal level. Only one person, it was really high, then it was brought down to the normal level. For most of the people, just a month have just chewing the chewable tablets. So what I'm saying is, like, this we shoot for is functional food. It's not a replacement for medical treatment. So what I'm saying is that you still have to go to hospital or under the instruction of doctor. So that's the in vivo, probably I could think that as an in vivo results. Another one is we also asked the doctor to do ultrasonic analysis for liver to see the fat accumulation for the liver. We do have those data, so just apologize I didn't show those those results. And after 1 month, those the accumulation of the fat, they did alleviate a little bit. I cannot say that's significant or not, but some of the people, they are getting better. But not for all those 25 people. We have 3-4 people, they do have good results on that. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think it's already answered the question, Prof. Thank you. Yeah, if we talk about tea, Prof, I remember when I was in Taiwan, almost we find lots of tea shops in Taiwan. Like,
why I didn't see you?
Yeah, like everywhere we can easily find like a tea shop, and then people love to drink tea, etc. So I think it's very good result.
It's just kind of recreation drink.
Yeah. But then it's also really nice, Prof, because if we can find any experimental data to support, like to have an added value, then it will be really good. Yeah. So yeah.
Long time ago, like my age, people think, oh, that's old people. They have extra time. They do leisure purpose.
Yeah,
Make
yeah,
those old people tea drink slowly. So we know for the very like 10 years ago, we just tried to figure out how could we promote tea as a daily or like for young generation. But you can see as you were in Taiwan nowadays, people when I lunchbox, they will buy a tea,
yeah,
cup of tea by the size. So, well, that's kind of nice.
yeah. Thank you, Prof. All right, Prof, we have a second question. So this is from Mrs. Ridin Suharsanti. How is in detail the connection between the oxidation, the oxidation and inflammation disease and the obesity? I think it's about the connection between the oxidation of, and inflammation disease and the obesity. So,
well, actually, I just read your paper on that, so I'm not an expert on that.
Okay.
So I just pretty much do the extraction and find the best amount of extraction, the method of extraction, and try to narrow it down and isolate it and do animal test, cell test for that. That's the for the physiological problem. I'm probably not an expert to answer that, and I apologize for this.
Sure. Yeah, it's okay, Prof. It's fine. All right. The third one. Thank you for the presentation, Prof. This is from Mrs. Masito Suryani. We see in your presentation that the fermentation reduced the polyphenols in Taiwanese tea and purple shoot tea. Does this reduction in polyphenol because of fermentation happens to all varieties of tea? And how is the polyphenols level in oolong tea if it's compared to the green tea and also black tea?
Okay, I just can tell you my best guess on oolong tea or some other tea, but oolong tea is what I'm going to say is like oolong tea doesn't matter to make from a certain cultivar. It's also a product, an end product of tea. So you can also make, you can also produce oolong tea from purple shoot tea. Okay, that's just different degree of fermentation or the different way they make the tea. It's a little bit complicated. When we make the tea, it probably takes like 20 or more than 20 steps for each step to make the tea. And different tea, they have different, not just fermentation, they have different way to crush it, different way to dry it, and different way to let it happen there. So another idea is like, I want to share with you is like, we are not just collect the tea, and that's the product. By different processing, we are able to modify or change the component in the tea by different processing. And that's not my expert. We have experts from Taiwan. This tea research institution, they are so good on that. Even you try them differently, different speed. And after that, do you crash it, how you crash it in different shape, that will also contribute. Or you heard the leaves, it might have different chemicals coming out. Because the plant, one idea is that when we collect the tea, it's not, we didn't stop all the biological or physiological reaction in the leaves. The reaction is still happening there. Okay, we take out the tea. Like if we cut our hand, okay, we are not going to die. The hand, the blood still breathing there. The cells still doing their respiration somehow, right? So when we cut the leaves away, they're still doing those kind of different things. So what I'm saying is like, when we collect the tea leaves and we do different processing, that would make great difference to the end product. So there are quite a lot of research on that. If you are interested in that, I think there are a lot of literatures you can look into and check for those.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Prof. I think we still have about 10 minutes. If maybe one or two attendants have a question. Okay, here I have another question, Prof. Thanks for your great presentations. This is from Nafista Sri Okta. Thanks for your great presentation. It's interesting that you developed the chew tablet, but did you consider or already measure the stability of the polyphenols or polyphenols of purple shoot tea powder in tablet form. I mean, polyphenols are prone to be oxidized. Yeah.
That's a very smart question.
Yep.
Okay,
Agree,
I
Prof.
forgot to mention about that. You're talking about the solvent.
Yep.
Okay. We try to imitate the way we drink tea. Okay, so for most of the case, we do hot water extraction, right? I think most of the people we make tea, we are not going to suck the tea in alcohol or suck the tea in methanol, right? Of course, so we imitate the daily use of the tea. We use hot water. There's a standard procedure. How many grams of the leaves and how many cc for the put into the beaker? What's the temperature? How many seconds? There's a standard procedure to get this. Okay, but I have to be honest with you. If you use hot water and we did methanol extract for running HPLC, the results, they are quite different. Okay, of course, the methanol will push out all those many chemicals down there, but the water is what we daily used. So that's why we focused on just use water. Of course, we have another project working on use alcohol, because we suck those leaves in alcohol, will come out with different things. Okay. So, how do you say that the chewing formulation? We did make sure on that. We have another group. After they make the products, they dissolve, like we say, that's how we calculate how many tablets or how many grams for daily consumption. So like we say 3 grams. That's why we came out with. We dissolve those back to the hot water, and we do HPLC or some other test to see whether those functions we declare for still there or not, and we found that it's still there. That's why we went through this. And one more thing I'd like to mention about, if you're talking about losing weight or something like that. In my case, we have been doing different kind of plant extraction, like as I mentioned before, like bitter melon, different kind of tea, not just the purple shoe tea. What else? Some fruits, flower, or different things. And this particular experiment, we have those human trial. And what we feel is like, this is the only chance that when we give out those tablets, they came up to me like, oh, Dr. Chang, could you give me more? I said, how can I give you more? Because I have to follow, the rule, the regulation, the IRB set for me. And anyway, it's the end of the experiment. I couldn't give you more or something like that. And especially ladies, a lot of women, they just call me and to my secretary like, could I have more? Or can I buy? I say, well, this is not commercialized. I couldn't give you this because I might commit some criminal. And then I just came out like, asked them, why you ask this for? And the lady told me like, oh, because after I checked this, the next day I went to toilet pot that solved all my problems. So it's easy to poop. So they asked this for that purpose. And my second thought is like, do you guys remember when we make the chewable tablets, we just ground the powder. We dry the tea leaves, we ground the powder. So there are a lot of plant fiber in there. Because of those fibers help their guts to move faster. So it's easy for them to do the toilet things. Well, that's another funny story down there.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So, Prof, I think we have also another questions. I think because many attendees now are quite interested with your topics. So maybe I'm going to read this one. This is from Susilawati from Stikas Nasional. Thank you for the explanation, Prof. What is the solvent used to make purple tea powder in the manufacture of chewable tablets? And how about the activity in formula form? Does it still have the same potential? Yeah.
Okay, that's a very professional question.
Yeah.
Because I'm from the pharmaceutical technology. Of
Yep.
course, we make that. If we really going to make that as a product, we have to test for the stability or how long we can storage after 3 months, 6 months, and things. Well, that would be, we would work on that later on. As this is, so sometimes we do research, it's not just the end. Sometimes the pain is endless, okay, or the fun is endless. So we have another group working on that. And thanks for reminding me. I didn't mention that because any products we make, we have to test for this rigidity or those tablets, or how long we can store it. Test for the active gradient. Thank you for that question. It is true. It's easy to oxidize, so that's why we make it with extra care. We just make it quick and easy.
All right. Okay. Sure, please. Hello, Prof.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So do you still have any answer, Prof? Like, you want to continue the answer? Please carry on. If so,
I think I'm pretty much. That's how I what I have.
All right. I think
we are going to work
okay.
on that. Of
Sure.
course.
All right.
Anything that any pill, any tablets we produce, we have to go through the following many. There's regulation doing this kind of things.
Okay.
So we will follow that protocol and work on that.
Okay. All right. Okay, Prof. Maybe possibly this is one last question. It's actually from me because
Okay.
we no more question from the
Peter is
participant.
here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the taste, Prof. I mean, the taste of the chewable tablets that you mentioned before. I mean, when you try to formulate the purple tea extract or maybe fraction, etc., into the chewable tablets, does it change the taste? And then, because I remember a few years ago, I work in a company and we have like a product with the like herbal resource things, and one of the challenges how to increase or how to change the taste, like to be acceptable into customers, and also the color itself, because it's very difficult to change the color of the end product if we work with the herbal resources. Do you have any insight here, Prof? Yeah.
That's a very good question. We work on that. We did spend a lot of effort on that. So we have I myself, I'm not a kind of a pharmaceutical expert. We have a coworker, he's a expert on that. So that's why you can see the place I share with you. See. So he did formulating this kind of, you can see purple tea powder, and it mixed with some mannitol. Try to make it taste better. And some other gum to make particular bird. I apologize for not telling you this formulation because it's under patenting.
It's okay, Prof.
Okay. It's under patent. But you are right. This is everybody. We have to make this, taste good. Otherwise, people they cannot taste for long. And for example, the original color you can see there. This is prototype. Looks like glasses. So when people talk to us, when they chew, actually, it's really ugly. Somehow, I have to be very honest with you. This chewable tablets in your mouth, when you chew like this, it's kind of slash there, kind of. So I always suggest people, like, once you chew on that, have a big glass of water and drain down to your stomach as soon as possible. Otherwise, it doesn't look really beautiful, kind of. So I just say, oh, please do that. Okay, of course, we try to make it looks better, but technically there might be some technical difficulties because the size. Okay, of course, for the very beginning, we were going to do like lyophilize or something like that to freeze dry the tea. Okay, make the tea, then we lyophilize it, then make it very concentrated and into tablets, kind of. But one of our review committee, they just told me like, that's too much work. If later on we are going to make this commercialized, okay, of course, if we do research, we can really concentrate the tea, use lyophilize it. But for those manufactured in real world, they don't want to do this kind of things because they are going to put much more money to produce the same products. So how about just make it simple, straightforward, just grind the tea and make it powder. And that's how we came up with these chewable tablets. We also, before this, we also have special little pack of tea bag for people to test for that. Well, that wasn't turn out kind of good because people nowadays, they work from 7, 8 in the morning till like 5, 6 in the evening. They are busy. They don't have time to take 3 times a day to make tea and drink it. So that's why we came out with this kind of chewable tablets, because there are so many different feedback on that. They say, oh, sorry. Hey, Professor Chang, I would like to do that, but I didn't take the tea today. And sometimes we just call, make sure like those people being tested, hi, how are you? Did you take the tea today? They say, sorry, I forgot. So that came out like your first human trial. It wasn't very good because for most of the people, they forgot making tea from the tea bag and drink the tea. That's why we came out like, say, no, I won't let this go like easily. I'm going to make something that you are going to eat. Then we came out with these chewable tablets. So nowadays people, they are busy, probably they don't have time. Just make a little pack with 3 tablets, little pack. They just open up during their work. We just call in like, hello, did you take your tablets? And, okay. They just can do that right on the time. So that's the other concern we facing before.
All right, Prof. All right, Prof. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof, for your time and also for your insightful talk about the tea and chewable tea, etc. So we really hope that maybe in the future we can have a good tea time, whether it's in Indonesia or maybe we can visit you in Taiwan. Yeah, and also maybe
I will fly over to see you.
Thank you so much, Prof. All right, so I think I believe there are still many questions maybe, but then because we have a very limited time, we have to end this section. So first, and also I would like to thanks again to Prof. Chang for joining us in our conference today. And then I also thanks to all participants who have raised the questions. And before we close the session, I would like to announce, to present an honorable certificate from us to you as our distinguished speaker today. So please.
Thank you very much.
So Prof, first, would you please to close your screen? Yeah.
All right.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, you're welcome, Prof. It's our pleasure to have you here with us.
Okay, hopefully one day I can see you, all the audience in person in the near future. I hope to visit Indonesia. I've never been there in my whole life.
Oh,
I will
sure,
try.
Prof. Yeah,
I'll try.
Sure, Prof. Yeah, we will wait for it. Yeah. Okay. Once again, thank you, Prof. And then since now the time is over, so I would like to return the sessions to the end. So thank you so much, Prof. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Prof.
Bye.
Once again, thank you for a great talk, Associate Professor Chang, Doctor of Philosophy from Yuanpey University, Taiwan, and Mr. Bayu for bringing us to a very productive discussion. I personally believe that we had a very interesting discussion in this session. So before continue to our agenda, Last agenda, we would like to thanks to our sponsorship.
Sebelum melanjutkan ke agenda terakhir, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada sponsor kami.
Sinacon 2023, sponsored by ITS, PT ITS Science Indonesia.
ITS Science Indonesia is one of business division under ITS Group with headquarters located in Singapore. ITS Science Indonesia offers various analytical instruments for laboratory, medical instruments, and laboratory furniture. For more than 40 years, ITS is moving forward with a vision to make an impact in the industry they serve and a mission to serve better. ITS has core values to put professionalism, partnerships, and performance forward. ITS Group is providing its services around Southeast Asia countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, and Cambodia. In Indonesia, ITS Science has 2 offices located in Jakarta and Surabaya. Inside ITS Science Indonesia office, there are facilities to support the work such as training room, and demo lab. ITS Science Indonesia also actively create or participate in various events such as webinars, seminars, product training, and exhibitions. Here are some brands that ITS Science Indonesia distributing. Products that distributed are from top and reputable brands worldwide. For herbal medicine testing, we support laboratory instruments such as UV spectrophotometry, for antioxidant testing with DPPH method, total phenol testing, flavonoid, and saponin. Rotary evaporator for extraction method, separation, and concentrating. Multi-mode reader for ELISA testing, efficacy testing, and colorimetry testing. We are also proud to serve the needs of our customers, from governments, hospital, industrial, to universities. If you need help for your laboratory needs, contact us. ITS Science Indonesia, bridging science, inspiring possibilities.
Maksimal loh pakai sunscreen.
Cuma kalau bikin nggak nyaman, enggak deh.
Kalau kita pakai yang ini, sunscreen nomor 1 di Indonesia. Teksturnya ringan, cepat meresap. Wardah UV Shield Essential Sunscreen Gel dengan SPF 30 PA++, zero alkohol, dan kaya akan vitamin.
Kamu pakai sunscreen di rumah?
Iya dong. Bukan cuma UV yang nggak baik, blue light juga loh. So, let's shield up the game. Wardah UV Shield, hadang UV dan blue light.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we finish this seminar, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of you for our distinguished speaker for their valuable insights and expertise that they have shared with us today. So we are also like to express my gratitude to all of you, our esteemed guests, for participating in this event and making it a hug success. Your contributions and presence have added great value of this seminar. As we wrap up this session, I encourage you all to stay around and network with one another. Take this opportunity to exchange valuable ideas and get to know your valued attendees. Once again, thank you for being a part of this seminar. We hope you found it insightful and educational. Have a great day. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of STIFAR and all the committee, we would like to say thank you for your active participation today and have a great rest of your day.
Hadirin sekalian, atas nama STIFAR dan seluruh panitia, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi aktif pada hari ini dan semoga hari Anda menyenangkan.
See you in the second round on the Sinacon 2023 tomorrow. I'm Joya signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sampai jumpa di hari kedua Sinacon besok. Saya, Mikael Petra, mohon undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.